Like dog RNG is what I'm about to do. Alright, let's go. So right off the bat here, we got a couple enemies we have to deal with. Nothing too important. We have to take all these guys out, though. These two and these two. Now we can progress. Otherwise, we can't jump over these. Interactable objects only become available while we're outside of combat. So sometimes we will have to take fights just so that we can get over, through, down certain things, or activate a switch.
Get him, boy! Shatter.
That's not good.
You're mine.
Okay, didn't get screwed there. Oops. Didn't need to go that far either. The reason I go down that alleyway rather than straight towards this elevator here, if we're down the alleyway a certain distance, I think the devs assumed we would pick up the chest in there, which respawns the enemies that we just got done killing. So everybody spawns on this upper platform rather than in the elevator. So, you see the elevator going up, but everybody's up there, so that means the elevator just goes right back down immediately. So that way we can just get in it ASAP. And we can also kind of get into where the elevator should be early. So it's kind of why it like clicked underneath us and I had to run around after hitting the button. It's kind of a weird interaction, but yeah. That's interesting. Okay. So what you saw there is part of the issue with load screens. So all of your face buttons, thumbsticks, D-pad, all that stuff is active after a black load screen. But your shoulder buttons are not going to be active for a few seconds. Yeah, we'll just put it that way. I'm not really sure what the timing is. But if you see a load screen, I'm going to have to delay my inputs for shortcuts just a little bit. Because your shortcuts bind to the L1, and with L1 being disabled at that moment, I won't be able to say, okay, I want to use X. If I start mashing X here, it would just break open the tactical menu. I'm going to save load here, if the game lets me. And then what that does is it warps just to the console here, and I can just talk to her immediately.
I got this place covered.
This will also help to reset the laser cycle in the next run. It won't guarantee a good laser cycle, but it will help. Like, right here, if I had just been able to attack immediately, it would have been a little bit longer, so I wouldn't be able to catastrophe immediately. By the way, I've got catastrophe here because I have got her dumber under equipped on Barret. I also fiddled around towards the top of the stairs there on purpose. Well, that's unfortunate. When I say unfortunate, I mean there is a random laser cycle that you can get. I got one of the worst ones. If you see that first laser despawn and then spawn in after, that means you're on the slowest cycle. Could be worse, but it could be better too. The laser cycle is one of the biggest time losses in Chapter 1, but there's an even bigger one in Chapter 2. That's very weird. Okay, whatever. Not exactly as intended, but hey, what are you gonna do? I'll take not as intended, but still completed. Normally you want to cast Thunder Arrow with both characters, but I accidentally opened up Barret's the tactical menu. Not quite sure. Oh, I know exactly what happened. So if you hit L2 or R2 with the shortcut buttons, or the L1 shortcut not held down, it'll actually open the Allies shortcut menu directly. So one character will be on L2, one character will be on R2. Right now, Barret is both because he's the only ally in party. So, since I wasn't holding down the shortcut button, it opened up his tactical menu immediately there, which I wasn't ready for, because that's not how I do that fight. So it kind of caught me a little bit flat-footed. But I did make a mistake there that I didn't walk onto the sweeper. And so it was actually a good thing that that tactical menu popped up, because it gave me a second to walk on. Otherwise, Cloud would have just cast Thundera at his feet and would have done jack squat. So, did lose me some time, but it saved me more time overall. Sometimes opening the tactical menu is the correct choice.
Buzz off.
I think we got one. No, we don't. Game.
Let's do this.
that was the most scuff. I'm supposed to enter this phase with 1 ATB, or a little bit over 1 ATB, not like a little under 1. So that was a really scuff way to have to recover that phase, unfortunately. This is the most important phase right here, because if you don't have enough, you have to hide behind the barriers. But if you have enough, you can just stop him before he hits you with the tail laser. Any other category, you'd probably want to tank the tail laser in any new game category, so you can get a free limit for this phase. We don't need that here, because our magic stat is through the roof. Hard mode is fairly well designed for a new game playthrough, but the third playthrough, quote-unquote, that I'm on, where everything's maxed out, the early game is a little bit of a walk in the park if you know what you're doing. But the first playthrough is incredibly well balanced, and I'll never stop talking about how great it is. So you have access to a lot of options, but you're not, like, super overpowered. So the enemies are balanced out very well, in my opinion. But yeah, with some creative routing on the third playthrough, we can absolutely shred through fights. The early game is a little bit harder, though, since most of it is just Cloud soloing everything. And yeah, you're probably like, what do you mean soloing? Barret's in the party. I mean soloing. The only thing Barret really contributed to that fight was, you know, a couple thousand damage through Synergy Thunders. So he threw out three free Thunder Synergies to add, like, a little bit extra here or there, which could have easily been compensated by upgrading to Thundiga for most of that fight, or using Thunder instead of Triple Slash. So it really doesn't matter much. There's a lot of different ways we could have dealt with that fight. But the majority of the damage, like I'd say about 90%, comes from Cloud. The Catastrophe from Barret is about the only thing he contributed. That broke the barrier in Phase 3. We almost always need Barret to break the barrier in Phase 3. Either be Erga, Blizzaga, or Catastrophe. So that way we can set up Cloud to get as close as possible. Alright. So this would be one of those spots where he contributes. Synergy Thunder. So Synergy is a materia that used to cost ATB and MP, and it's totally free in this version, Intergrade. But what it does is it casts a Tier 1 spell of the linked materia, any one of the 4 elements or poison. We're not going to use poison because it literally takes 5 seconds to actually hit anything. We'll use it once in the course of the run. Poison is interesting if we could get it to hit sooner, but because of that 5-second delay, it's just not worth it. Most of the fights can be finished with that 5 seconds we'd be waiting for poison to go. That's not good. Okay, that's fine. And we out of here. Right, so we'll have a small menu coming up. I'll explain some things after that. But for now, the reason I'm skipping cutscenes so quickly is because I keep holding down on the D-pad when I open the menu. And that'll allow me to buffer the down input, so I don't actually have to see that I'm on skip. I just have to delay the X enough for it to be input properly. Direction. Right direction. Okay. So what I did there is I took Goddard off Barret, gave it to Tifa instead. You don't necessarily need to have Goddard on Barret for Chapter 1. I just find that it's easier that way. You could have always had Fury Ring, but it requires a more narrow setup because Barret's magic damage is so bad that we need to buff it. And we don't have, like, additional magic up materia to give him. So it's mainly, like, adding revives, refocuses, stuff like that give you, like, +2 magic stat. So we have to, I think, pile on, like, 3 or 4 to get him to do enough damage consistently to break the barrier with a Blizzaga or Erga. So instead, I opt to go with Goddard because using Catastrophe on a couple of those fights just makes it much easier. It is a little bit longer, but because he's not needed for any cutscenes, Catastrophe works out being just fine in my opinion. But we want to give Tifa the Goddard because her limits hit pretty hard. We can buff them with Star Shower by 70%, so we can make her Somersault hit 70% harder. And her combat movement is incredibly good. So if we can use her to run away from fights, we can save a lot of time running around when we just use her movement instead. So it's either all or nothing. We're either using her to run away from stuff or using her limit to one-shot things. So that's how that goes. So that's why we take God off Barret. Otherwise, Catastrophe is like a 15-second investment, and its damage is relatively low because every limit is physical-based, and Barret's stats are just bad, unfortunately. We took off Skillmaster for refocus. Skillmaster is what we were using to get our ATB back on the boss fight. Every 3 named moves, we get 900 ATB back, which was Triple Slash, Thunder of Thundaga. So we did that loop twice. It doesn't have to be the same moves each time, just 3 different named moves. And then once you finish that line, you can start a new one and do whatever you want. We took Elemental off. I deleted it on purpose, so it stays equipped to the rest of Cloud's weapons, and put on MP Absorb instead. That will stretch our MP all the way that we need it to go. And we also swapped out a Lightning Materia for a Fire Materia. We'll be using Ice and Fire in Chapters 2 and 4. We'll throw Lightning on real quick for Chapter 3 so that we can do some really cheeky movement segments. And real quick here, we're going to switch over to another setting. Okay, good. Okay, so we were trying to despawn Sephiroth here. That's why we changed to graphics mode. The reason is, for whatever reason, Sephiroth can fail to spawn here. Yeah, Strife, I spent the last 2 days grinding it out when I was on personal phone calls. If I can't do Whispers properly at this point, I'll never be able to do Whispers properly. I learned a lot of things that I was doing wrong, and I kept making mental notes. Don't do this, don't do that. Like, now I roll / yellow, and I kept getting greedy, trying to self-destruct yellow and red, and I'm like, no, don't do that. Absolutely don't do that. Just blow up yellow. That kind of thing. I learned that Chi Trap won't stop yellow if he's already started charging a move, so just, like, waiting for Chi Trap sometimes is better. That way the Arise can get off free and clear as long as red isn't, like, spinning. I noticed a lot of bad habits that I had in that fight, and hopefully I can start avoiding them. I probably will do another day of practice on Whispers at some point, but I did notice there was a lot of bad habits that hopefully I've conquered. Like, wasting a bunch of ATB in Phase 3 is another one, where it's like, I don't know the strat to kill red early, I just need to give the stagger to Tifa anyway.
What a mess.
To help offset if Aerith steals some weird staggers in the final phase. If I try to give the red stagger to anybody else, it might end up in getting Aerith early, which is not what I want. I know how to recover Aerith in Phase 2, though. A shit ton of Catastrophe or counter stances in Blizzra. But it does disrupt the entire A to B. Yeah, so switching to graphics mode there just increases the chances of Sephiroth not spawning properly. Then we switch back once he has, like, no more backup spawns. Ski. Nice ATB, though. So right here, I'm just going to stop and ATB boost in the middle of the street. The reason is we're trying to get the enemies at the car to spawn here. And the little piece that I passed by is where their spawn checkpoint is. This is going to be awful. Alright, we're going to have to do this. Okay, the other guy's still alive. That's what I thought. Okay. Normally I'd use triple slash there to clean up that last enemy, but, what? Okay, whatever. Should be fine. But, that way I wouldn't have enough ATB, so we'll just move it this way. It's a little bit early, so I think E is going to be alive. Yep. Take a drink once I get up the ladder.
Over there! Open fire! Shoot to kill!
But yeah, we can hopefully despawn Sephiroth. It saves like 20-ish seconds. 20 plus if it happens naturally. Somewhere between 10 to 20 depending on how well you do the menu, changing it to graphics and then changing it back. That menu is actually really tricky because you're running at a different frame rate. Once you're in graphics, you're running at 30 instead of 60. So it's a little bit harder to get the inputs in sharply and not miss input. So right here, we got a lot of enemies. I should have slashed twice. I'm just gonna start hitting that guy and not rolling out of it. Yeah, so we're just gonna roll down the street here. The bullet damage isn't really a problem. It's just more so that it stun locks us that makes it annoying. Okay. So we're just trying to lock onto enemies that are far away from us so that we can slash at them and then just keep on going. If I get really lucky here, I can carry my ATB between these fights as long as I don't exit fleeing, and that's what I get for talking about it. What? That's gonna be awful. That was really awful. Should have used Fyra there, but I hit the wrong button. So that's okay. We are out of Chapter 2, and that's all we needed. Yeah, I spent a lot of time practicing a lot of different things. Mainly Whispers and Sephiroth. I was practicing Sephiroth. Yeah, no timer on purpose. If I'm gonna do marathon practice, I shouldn't have a timer. I am recording it, though, so I can go back and check the recording. So, if it feels like a good run, I can check it. If not, so I'm not pressuring myself to PB here. I'm trying not to get myself frustrated so I can focus on commentary and not worry about it.
Little help, Cloud, please.
There technically is a timer as long as the recording's going, so it's not a big issue. Okay. So, like I said earlier, we'll toggle back into Lightning here. We have to do a couple of fights back to back to back, and we'll have access to Tifa so that we can use her parry movement to get through get from fight to fight super duper quick. But because of that, Cloud will get left really far behind, and both Ice and Fire require Cloud to see the target to actually hit them. And what's more, Fire and Ice spells can hit environmental objects, and because the environment is really uneven here, there's a pretty decent chance that we'll end up hitting the floor. And if that happens, the hitbox or damage, whatever you want to call it, will get turned off. So the spell will basically whiff, and it might as well be, you might as well think of it as a miss if it hits the floor. So what we're going for is we're going to swap out to Lightning to facilitate easier fights. This and this into this. Alright, so we want to save load here, because Marlene's dialogue is fairly long. It also gives us a chance to swap out the materia like I was talking about, so we double dip there. I'll swap it back later before we get into Chapter 4, or rather before we end Chapter 3. But if it wasn't that Fire and Ice both require line of sight, we would probably not bother changing it. But swapping it out into Lightning will save us 4 or 5 seconds, depending on how well I execute it. Worst comes to worst, I'll break even, but you have to play pretty poorly. But the reason I change out both Ice and Fire is so that I don't accidentally use Fire instead of Ice. Which, like as I said before, requires line of sight, so I'll either end up killing one of the enemies in front of me, or I'll end up trying to attack an enemy that's really far away from Cloud, so he'll never cast the spell, unless I switch to him to cancel it and then switch back to Tifa. So basically what I'm going to do is I'm going to use Tifa to move through Scrap Boulevard as quickly as possible, and then we're going to do 2 fights back-to-back, exit combat, do the last 2 fights. And then I'm going to move her right next to the fence so that the cutscene that takes place when we finish up Scrap Boulevard happens right next to the fence, so we save additional time there. That's what we call Fast Boulevard or Fastest Boulevard, whatever you want to say.
You're on the second floor.
I'll probably play it a little bit safe because you can get kind of... if you get a little bit greedy with your movement, you'll end up linking the fights together that you don't want to, so it can be very dangerous if you're playing it too aggressive. So right here, we're going to bonk into Tifa, so that we can start this dialogue immediately. This saves like a second.
And this?
This is one of those, like, you might as well. If you watch PC runners, they probably save load here, because it's a little bit quicker to just save load and skip the dialogue at her door and make her walk over immediately. But for PS5, since we don't have a load remover, we need to optimize the movement in a different way. Same thing with the neighbor's door there. As long as I make sure Cloud is like flush with it, the cutscene will trigger immediately. If not, the computer will adjust Cloud's angle, and it'll get a little bit wonky.
Well now. I'm Marl, you from up on...
I've been around.
I'll bet. If you ever need any...
What's she to you?
The granddaughter?
Loud and clear.
Good.
I'll say what time I'm on if I feel like I have a good pace at some point though. Once I reach certain checkpoints. For now, I want to focus on just getting through the game and not like letting myself tilt at the mistakes I make. And I figure I'm probably going to tell them to like turn the program feed so I can't see it, or I'll position myself in a way where I can't see it so I don't know what time I'm on, so that I can help keep a little bit more balance. Because I still already had an issue with it with UP, so
And don't worry.
I need to fund my shui or whatever. There's a lot of donation incentives, and I really don't want to be a sourpuss. I want to enjoy it. I want it to be a good run, but I also want it to be something that people will watch again, and it doesn't turn into me being a cringe baby about missing, you know, a second time save because I didn't bump into Tifa properly and then mauled it about it for 10 minutes.
He's a regular.
For you, mate.
Well,
To get free.
So yeah, lightning isn't efficient in terms of weaknesses,
then you know what to expect.
but because we have 2 magic ups, a maxed out Mithril Saber, and Berserk Ring on, Fury Ring on, we have more than enough damage. So Cloud bridges just south of 450 magic attack, if I remember correctly.
Be nice.
And then we also have Fury Ring on, which gives us a permanent Berserk debuff.
Be nice.
I'd argue that it's actually a buff. Berserk will increase the damage we deal by 30%, but increase our damage taken by 30%. Which can be even more wild when we Berserk a boss as well, so it's a 60% damage swing.
Been here a while.
So we gotta be careful with it, but that extra 30% damage is absolutely massive, so...
Never mind that. We've got to get you your money. Last stop is the weapons store.
Hey, if it isn't Tifa.
Okay. So if we wait out, if we stick next to that fence, we can get far enough away to get close to the weapons store way before Tifa gets anywhere near it.
Thank you very much.
And then as long as I make sure to enter the weapons store after she finishes her dialogue, we can just warp her inside rather than waiting for her to walk it out. Hey, PX.
Yeah.
Indeedy doody, I am a nerd. How's it going? How's it going? If I didn't say so, thanks everybody for stopping by. Appreciate it.
We gotta do something about the monsters on Scrap.
Scrap Boulevard is out.
So we're going to be doing what's called Fast Boulevard here.
Supposed to keep the monsters.
Tifa has a parry materia equipped, which will modify her dodge roll into a slide kick. And furthermore, I can cancel it out into nothing but the fastest animation with the uppercut whirlwind. I can also do it in reverse to cancel out the slow parts of the uppercut whirlwind, so I can spam it more aggressively. But we're going to use it for movement here instead of anything else. Okay, this movement is... There we go. Finally got into the right rhythm. Okay, we want to play that a little bit safe. If we link these 2 fights up, we're going to be in a really bad spot.
That's what a soldier looks like.
Sure. A little bit early, so it's a bit quirky that I messed that up. So at the end there, that's the normal... You just woke up, kill you? What happened?
You won't stay gone.
Did you waste all night watching shitty anime or something?
Trust me, it'll do wonders for your...
Or did you just like, no, I don't want to do work?
Doesn't look like a perk.
Let's go. So the reason I started running left there is so I didn't buffer any sort of weird inputs in the menu, but I could also start building up speed. I can't menu right out of that cutscene. The game takes a while to actually let the menu be openable. So I do the menu there next to the fence just to make sure that I can open the menu and not waste a bunch of time trying to open it over and over again when it's not loaded in yet. Oop. Since this is New Game Plus Hard, we don't need to go buy anything. Our items are locked by virtue of it being hard mode. so we don't have an easy way to recover our MP. Benches, beds, any sort of rest point no longer recover MP either. There's only a few ways to recover our MP, so that's why we're using MP Absorb, which is one of them.
It's not what you.
That will help stretch our MP all the way. Alternatively, we can use MP Ups to increase our total MP pool. We can also activate trade-off on certain weapons. So with MP Absorb, every 1,000 damage we deal, we get 1 MP back, and that's based on the enemy's HP pool. Trade-off, every 1,000 damage we take, we recover 1 MP. That very rarely comes up because it's on only certain weapons. But it is a thing you could do. And that's based on our current HP pool, so like if we have 4,000, or like this, if we have 5,000, we should get 5 MP back on a self-destruct. We also have Soul Drain on Aerith. Every time she uses it, if she hits an unstaggered target, it is 3% of her max. If she hits a staggered target, it's 15%. And we can also break crates that have Mako shards in them, and that's 10% a pop. So every time we start a new chapter, our MP will get refilled. So we're just trying to make our MP last from the start of one chapter to the end of it, and making sure that we use it in the most efficient way possible. Sometimes we have to cut a little bit of corners on enemy fights, but for bosses, we go whole hog. Nowadays, because of the Synergy materia allowing us to get free Tier 1 casts, our MP is much looser than it used to be. We really had to cut some corners initially and take some pretty unoptimal fights. But now that we have... or we need to go out of our way to swap materia so that we can use weaker spells and cut corners on MP. But now we don't have to, for the most part. This doggo right here can be a real pain in the butt, and he gave us a great pattern. Normally, we want to make sure to target the doggo there, because he can separate from the rest of the pack, which is pretty awful. But, yeah, I hope you guys don't hate the limit break banner, but it's a little bit wider than I'd like it to be, so it's kind of
I'm more worried.
hard to fit it up there without it, like,
How?
really interrupting stuff. So I opted to make the gameplay a little bit smaller so it didn't interrupt that much of the gameplay. At most, it, like, covers up the wayfinder bar that I don't use anyway. I unilaterally use the mini-map. So we're done with Chapter 3. Kind of. Got one more fight after this, which is big pain. The Corneo thugs are really hard to deal with, and even if we used fire, which is what they're weak to, we'd only take out 3 of them max. So we'd end up having to deal with the last one, unless we had an extremely lucky link. So instead, what we're going to do is we're going to slap him a couple of times with a sword to try and keep him still, Blizzard Magnify, and just hope that everything gets hit by at least 2 Blizzard Magnifies, so they all go down in one hit. If they don't, as long as we hit one of them, we'll get an ATB stagger activation, and that way we'll be able to refill our ATB and then just follow up from there. That's actually what we've been leaning on for most of the early game, using ATB stagger and Blizz Magnify. Blizzard's gimmick is that it staggers enemies really, really easily. And because the stagger mechanic takes place before an enemy dies, we can one-shot an enemy and stagger them at the same time. So that way we can get away with bloody murder there.
What's up with them?
So right here... Whatever. So we want to one-shot all these guys if we can. But even if we use Fire Magnify, like I said earlier, we can't reliably kill them all. So we just go for slapping them a couple times with our sword to build ATB and also kind of get them into stun animation. Fire, Blizzard, Magnify, and Pray. Best case scenario, Blizzard Magnify kills everything. Worst case scenario, Blizzard Magnify kills one of them, then we have to cast Fire like a billion times. What we're looking for on average is all 4, or Blizzard Magnify to kill 2 to 3, and then 1 to 2 follow-up fires. The problem is the uneven terrain here makes ice very unreliable, so we only want to use the first one. Looks like we are going to get a 3-shot.
Big man with a big gun for an arm, right?
Yeah, it's just this guy. We also want to make sure we're as close to this little alcove as
So if they
possible,
want Shinra, then
so that we can avoid,
not my problem. Lesson 1 for life on the ground floor.
I don't know, so that we can avoid anything
I've seen them around.
possible.
All the items.
I want to say this timer is plus 10, so that was a
So they
30:05 exit. Pretty decent. But I could be wrong, so I'll have to check and see. Oh,
Back
no,
before
no,
morning.
no, no, no,
In
no.
case you were planning on. You all
Doesn't
set?
really matter how good my early game is. We just have to be in a good spot. Regardless of whether it's bad or good, I need to be happy with it. So I'm only going to get one shot. I'm not going to be able to reset. So it is what it is. We're going to skip a couple of cutscenes here. Normally you would have to do the motorcycle minigame, but once you have a New Game Plus save, the game will allow you to skip it. Fortunately, because the motorcycle minigames are actually very hard in hard mode. Yeah, surprisingly, something is hard when you do it on hard mode. All the stuff that we have does not simplify the minigame in any significant way.
The
So
residential
it's
area
very
is
hard to
totally
do,
on
and
this
I've been
page.
told that in the new
Mind
game
doing
categories
that?
it's also pretty awful too, because the enemy positioning can be pretty brutal and a few other things. So it's
You
not
got an
something
arm
that
on
we are
you.
going to be dealing with if we can avoid it. However, we do need to deal with the annex. As I said earlier, ice and ATB stagger are kind of like peanut butter and jelly, if you will. They just go together. Whichever you want, peanut butter and chocolate, whatever your chocolatey peanut butter based desires yield. So ice, this gimmick is that it staggers. Fire has a pretty wide AoE and explodes on contact. Really doesn't have a gimmick. Wind will fling the target at the caster, and lightning, quote unquote, never misses.
Let's head in.
That's not the case, but lightning will hit enemies instantaneously. Is basically its gimmick.
Okay.
It's a shame you
Lightning
went
works
to
against
try and make
machines,
it
wind
special.
against flying enemies, ice against monsters. There are some cases where monster-looking enemies are weak to fire, and mainly humanoids are weak to fire. So, like, Saujins are weak to fire, even though you would think they're weak to ice. Yeah. So, even though enemies here aren't necessarily weak to ice, since there's a lot of humanoids in general are pretty weak. So even if we use ice here, we'll be able to one-shot every one of the officers, except for the shock troopers. So what we're going to be doing is just spamming a lot of Blizzard here. If we were only using regular Blizzard, ATB Stagger would activate once. But because we're using Blizzard Magnify, we can get 3 activations of ATB Stagger. So we go from getting 900 ATB back every spell we sling to 2,700. The ATB bar is 2,000 points regardless what you do. And because ice kind of explodes a certain amount of time after the cube is created, because Magnify creates multiple cubes after the first one, there's a slight delay in between them exploding and activating their abilities. So our ATB stagger will kind of activate in waves. So, and you can kind of tell because the game does a little like slowdown when the stagger animation or an enemy is staggered. So it'll kind of like slow down, and then go back to normal speed. And that's just ATB stagger, or not ATB stagger, but just the stagger mechanic in general activating. Because the game kind of wants to let you know that bosses are staggered, but it applies to enemies too. But anyway, basically what I'm trying to say is I'm going to be able to spam ice so aggressively that my ATB is almost always going to be full. And I'm just going to wipe everything. There are some points of RNG to this fight, but for the most part, as long as I play it properly, we should be fine.
Spirit is stuck now.
So the save loads that I did just made everybody cross the street immediately, and the second one was just to skip a bunch of dialogue. Because normally they'll stand under that first lamp and talk for a long time.
Most of the time.
So it saves a good 10-15 seconds. Luckily, the further we go in the game, the less save loads crop up. For the most part, the save loads are kind of early just to skip like dialogue so that we don't stand around listening about X, Y, or Z.
This guy.
Fortunately, this game has a fair, for the most part, any dialogue that you want to mash through, you can. It's not quite as sharp or quick as you would want it to be, but luckily we have circle and triangle to mash, so we can actually use 2 fingers instead of just 1, so it makes setting dialogue mashes earlier. And for the ones that we can't mash through, we can skip for the most part.
I can handle this. What?
But it's fine.
Expect me to.
So yeah, we're going to be using a lot of Ice Magnify here to get staggers over and over again, which will refund our ATB. Whenever we stagger an enemy as well, we get 350 points at limit. Level 1 limits 1,000, level 2 limits 1,350. We're on cross slash to level 1. Then we'll be using Refocus, and what that does is splits the 2,000 point bar of 1,000 and 1,000 into 650, 650, 750, so 3 bars instead. So our move cost goes down really, really good. So it's going to let us spam even more aggressively. We'll wait to do it until Biggs is talking so that we don't lose a bunch of time to the little cutscene in place.
Calling ice.
Unauthorized entry in 7-6 Annex. All units, proceed to location.
Too early.
Unauthorized.
Skip. Let's run.
Bundle up. Let's do this.
It's a little bit low, but it's whatever. It's a lot closer. Should have tilted up a lot higher.
Good riddance.
Calling ice. Okay, that's fine. The extra MP. There's some wasted MP in there, but it'll be fine. So we refocus so his dialogue progresses normally during this excessively long cutscene. One shot everything here. Nice. Oops. Tried to skip a cutscene. That wasn't happening. Excuse me? Please back up. Well, at least I got paid out of it. 3 times. Did I even make contact with my attacks there? No, I didn't.
Need a light. Get ready. Calling fire.
Wow, actually my MP is really high. Despite missing that one fire, Huh. Well, it's probably the same Blizzard. Never mind. Ignore me. Nice sword, buddy. It's not as good as mine, though. Once.
No escape.
Twice.
Time to burn.
Boost. Boop, boop.
Just in case. No escape.
So Roche is weak to fire. That's part of the reason why we go for the ice-fire combo here. And then we throw MP Absorb on fire to make our MP go all the way, so that we can have enough throughout the rest of the chapter. You could alternatively go with MP up, but you'd have to make sure to grab all the MP crates in there.
So are we not gonna wait for?
And miscasting could be very lethal. For Cloud, I think MP up is 100% the right choice. Personally, I don't think putting MP up on Aerith is a great choice, but the reason is Cloud has a really, really cool kit that makes MP Absorb incredibly powerful. So Mithril Blade is, about 50 magic attack lower than Aerith's with the same setup. But he has a 20% cost reduction on all spells, so instead of it being 5, 10, and 21 for tier 1, 2, and 3, it goes down to 4, 8, and 16. Yeah, that last number is right. It rounds down in your favor. For lightning spells, it costs 1 more, so it's normally, it's normally 4, 10, and 21, which means it's 3, 8, 16. For lightning, it's 1 more, so it's 5, 11, 22, which puts it down to 4, 9, and 17. He also has a 20% damage bonus when at max MP when he casts a spell. Aerith also has that, but since she doesn't have the cost reduction, it's very hard to keep her at max. If you're not going out of your way to refill her MP every combat scenario. And if you double down on the Magnify and MP Absorb, not only do you avoid having to pick up any crates, but your Magnify will trigger MP multiple times.
We should have everything we need for our next mission.
Sure hope so. Yeah, me too. For your dad's sake.
Hey, what the hell, man?
Okay, yeah, that's actually a very good point. I'll remember to mention that if I go down that rabbit hole. Yeah, what Strife is mentioning is that MP Absorb becomes very important in chapters 5 and 7 because maintaining that 20% damage bonus is incredibly useful. And if we don't maintain it in chapters 5 and 7, our damage starts kind of dropping off in some fights. So not only does it save us time of having to grab MP crates, but maintaining that 20% damage bonus is incredibly potent. Some of the earlier chapters, that 20% damage fall off is like not super important. But
Sure.
on the face alone of not having to grab MP crates to refill our MP, it saves time already. But losing 20% damage is nothing to turn your nose up to, because you've got to remember he's got 450 magic attack with Berserk Ring on, so 20% ends up being quite a bit. I probably should use it for Aerith, but I'm just too stubborn to bother routing it properly. Because I usually just leave MP Absorb on Cloud once he gets it, and it never changes after that. Yeah. So, Cloud has high enough magic attack that makes MP Absorb work here. Obviously, I don't have max MP here, because I needed Fire for Roche, and I needed Ice for the ATB stagger activations. So, we will be switching over to a double dip setup, if you understand what I mean. I'll clarify it if you don't. In the next following chapter, I'm actually going to go on to Thunder Magnify, Thunder, MP Absorb, so that each one of my magnified spells also siphons MP back. So that will usually keep me topped off, so I'll get that 20% damage bonus, and that'll increase my damage dealt, which will further increase my MP recovery. So it's a very interesting loop that feeds into keeping you at max MP, which increases your damage, which feeds into keeping you at max MP, so you don't have to grab any crates. On the boss fights, having max MP is incredibly important at the very beginning, and during the boss fights, incredibly important too. Because the synergies will end up siphoning back MP you didn't have to spend, so you'll top yourself back off and get another 20% damage bonus. So it not only saves time in the chapter itself, but it also saves time in increasing the damage output during bosses. Let's be here. So we're going to somersault the left 3 Whispers here on purpose, and then I'm going to get rid of this right one with Fyra. There is a reason to this, even though it seems really weird. The thing is that 2 more Whispers will spawn there if I don't do that fight exactly like that. As long as I kill all 4 of them at once, or kill the remaining 3 all at once, which is what limits tend to do, we avoid spawning an additional wave of 2. And the additional wave isn't hard to take out, it's just that they take forever to spawn in and be killable. So, we want to avoid spawning. This wave right here, the Enigmatic Whisper, is going to grab Tifa, and that's going to prevent her from moving until I get it off of her, which will require me to stagger and kill one of the other Whispers. Oh, that's actually great. Okay, Whisper. And then this Whisper.
Going in. Bundle up.
That's that was fine, actually. Okay, I totally shouldn't have done it that way. Wait, did my counter stance hit all 3 of them and kill all 3 of them?
Sure.
Huh?
I can't believe that staggered the Enigmatic Whisper properly. That... I got lucky. That shouldn't have worked out the way that it did. That's definitely not how that fight's supposed to go. Or at least, not in my experience. That's not my strat. Or it's rather not the strat that I use. That might actually be correct, though. Because then I can avoid all the additional staggers on the other Whispers. Anyway. So the train car here has a save load that we can use to save some time. It'll save 20 seconds if I manage to hit it, but it's not very consistent. I do have a visual cue set up for it, so I can tell whether I'm even close or not. So we'll go and see if I can take advantage of that. Nope, too late. So, I have a visual cue that I move very specifically in the train car, move Cloud to the left there on purpose.
I know.
I also make sure to not adjust the camera angle there so that I have a consistent camera angle. And I try and open the menu as I walk into this pseudo cutscene where there's no skippable dialogue. And what I can do is if I save load, I'll skip all that and immediately progress to this point.
Maybe.
So it'll save me about 20 seconds. It's not consistent, but it's something I always go for. It's pretty hype when you do get it. My runs are sloppy enough that it's like the 20 seconds can make a major difference. And it's super hype when you get it, so... I gotta open up my notes here again, because we're almost to the next one. Yeah, but yeah.
No way.
So right here, I'm gonna want to get hit on purpose. So I'm gonna kind of dilly-dally in this fight on purpose. No. Shoot me. Thank you. Okay. I went with triple slash there just because I got shot so early. If I get shot super late, I use Blizzard there twice. So we're going to be doing a lot of parasailing here with Tifa. What I did in Scrap Boulevard, that's basically going to be this entire chapter. Taking that damage is super important here. What I'm going to do is I'm going to have Tifa cure Cloud, and that will lag her behind when we're running into this cutscene where we see Barrett fighting the drones. And what that's going to allow me to do is sprint for a much longer period of time than the game intends me to. So I can save quite a few seconds here as long as I do this properly. Want to delay it a little bit, not cure immediately there, because if I do, I won't save as much time as possible. So we're just going to adjust the camera ahead of time, but you see Cloud starts running here a lot sooner. If we don't do the cure lag, Cloud has to slow walk during all of this dialogue, pretty much. And as you can tell from the camera being as funky as it is, we're really not intended to be able to do this. It is a nice little time save, so we try to take advantage of it. There's one later where we try to buffer Barrett behind with a cure as well. But it's much later into the chapter, so there's no guarantee anybody will have taken damage before then, which means it's a very variable setup depending on whether Cloud, Tifa, or Barrett's taken damage. And if Barrett's the only one that's taken damage, he also has Bloodsucker on. So sometimes he will heal himself by killing enemies. The reason I'm going quiet here is I need to maintain a pretty specific rhythm, and if I'm talking, I tend to screw it up, so that's all I'm doing here.
You're gonna feel this one.
Oh, that's unfortunate. If you get a good enough flee timer here, you can get all the way up these stairs with Tifa's parrying. If you get a mediocre one, you can usually get to the end of the stairs and Cloud will spawn in front of her and she'll shove him up the stairs into the cutscene. Or if you get the worst one possible, you'll have to walk it out like that. You feel bad. There's nothing you can do about it, but you still feel bad. We're going to wait this one out on purpose. I want to make sure that I actually get Cloud and Barrett down here. I can't reliably warp them down to that combat area, so it's best to exit combat than re-enter it. Because the AI's movement is really awful. So we want to factor that out as much as possible. Okay. I mean, that kind of works. That wasn't the way I intended to do the Thundergun menu. Alright, so we do have a Barrage Strike Queen coming up here, but I need to switch over to Thunder for the MP Absorb, so that's what we're doing here. Boost, Assault, Thunder. So yeah, even though Ice is the preferred damage output in that fight, I need the MP Absorb to keep my MP up. Cloud has taken damage here, which is fantastic, so that I can reliably get the heal buffer here. It's the slower version if I have to have Barrett heal Cloud or Tifa. But it should save me a fair amount of time, so it'll let me run across the train tracks at full speed. We can save a little bit of time here by save loading. because then we'll get to go back into full movement speed. If I had waited any longer, they'd have started walking pretty slow. But this room is also super cursed, so I have to do it a very specific way to make it not so cursed. That's pretty bad. Close enough.
Worked up a good sweat.
Should be able to get across the train tracks. Yep. So if we don't get across the train tracks here, Barrett will make us go very slow. That's unfortunate. I lost a little bit of time there because I fiddled around with Cloud's position, and Barrett kind of bonked into him. There is an MP crate right there, so if my MP is messed up for whatever reason, I can grab it. But if you do that previous fight optimally, you'll pick up the MP bonus after you finish the fight. So you can get both the Cloud spells out and refill him after it.
You really don't like stamp, do you, Barry?
That room is a lot harder without Thundera Magnify. It's something I do that does lose me some time. There's a few places that you use Thundera Magnify as well, which I could also consider to cut and use Thundera Magnify instead, but I just go with the route of unmagnifying it.
Knock it down.
Normally,
Starting to sound like Barry.
there's this weird thing where it's like a give and take, right? You want consistency on enemy fights, but there's also like a certain amount where it's like you're just losing time changing out stuff before a boss fight. So we upgrade to Thundera there because otherwise the flame troopers can sometimes survive. So we want to avoid that as much as possible. And we have access to Thundiga here, so Cloud should be able to one-shot the front left leg here, which will get Crab Warden into a stun state. So we should be good with that. Okay. Okay. No. Yep. There we go. Down the ladder it is.
That was nothing.
52? Sure. Actually, I think it's a 51 because I've got plus 10 on the timer. Should have just started immediately. That's correct. Okay. No, not. Shit. Gonna have to tactical menu this too. That's so annoying. It's on the wrong leg. Yes.
Finish him off.
That's unfortunate. Well, better than nothing. Wait, what? I actually wasn't locked onto anything. Why was I not locked onto anything at that phase? I must have ended that phase locked onto a drone? Huh. Well, whatever.
So
We made it through the fight, that's the important part. And I caught my mistake before I let it fester. That final phase is actually fairly difficult. We want to make sure to snap that front right leg immediately so that we interrupt Crab Warden's first attack so that we can get that volley of thunders off with Tifa and Barrett to cause a stagger. And then make sure that we have just enough ATB so that we can get another volley of spells into the generator, which is its weak point that only shows up when the enemy boss is staggered, so that we can basically one-cycle that fight. If things go wrong, we can also break the pilot, which is the piece of metal that actually covers it up, or at least... But it will only become vulnerable after you've gotten to the final phase, otherwise you can't target the pilot. Or, well, I think you can target the pilot after you've, like, broken the legs and the missile launchers. But you have to break all 4 legs and the missile launchers or reach phase 3, I believe is how it works. Ideally, we don't want to bother breaking the pilot because that means we've let it get back up after a stagger. But the final phase, the stagger is fairly short, so if we don't have enough ATB to start the volley immediately, most likely we'll have to break the pilot. Luckily, we didn't have to right there, so it's fine.
Hey guys.
The next big boss will be Airbuster. So we do want to berserk bosses, like I mentioned earlier.
Let's go.
The reason we haven't done it is because machines are just straight up immune to any binding materia. So Sleep, Silence, and Berserk are things that machines are always immune to. They're weak to Time Magic instead. Unfortunately, Time Magic gives us no innate advantage. Slow would normally slow an enemy's ATB building, but because of the way bosses' special actions work, slow actually does nothing to them. Hopefully they fix that in the next game, but it won't actually impede how fast they do actions. Stop will stop them in place, but it also stops them from getting staggered too, so that's a problem. And haste is very useful, but we won't. It takes an ATB to get it off, so it's not usually worth. Pretty decent movement. So chapter 6 is all movement based for the most part. 90% of the fights here we don't want to take, or we want to. The ones that we do have, well, I wouldn't even say 90. It's more like 70% of the fights we don't need to finish here. We can just run from. But a lot of the fights, there's an optimal way to kill the enemies. And if we kill them in a specific way, it's just more beneficial for us. Like, the next lamp we need to turn off, there's 3 garage strikes next to it. And if we kill all the garage strikes immediately, it'll let us switch the lamp off sooner. So it saves us time. Even if we, say, ignored them and just went to the lamp, there will be 2 laser turrets that spawn after. So, like, theoretically, it's like, why don't you just do both of them at the same time? It's just faster to get the lamp switch off first. And then the turrets can be done much quicker because we can just hit them both at the same time. I stopped moving here because if you get on this platform with Tifa, you soft lock. So I needed to stop and walk onto it with Cloud. But yeah, a lot of this chapter we're just running away from pretty much everything. So we're leveraging Tifa's movement as much as possible to save us time. Unfortunately, because the fleet timer is random, there's some places we can lose quite a bit of time. Each place, like, we normally have to get to a switch or an elevator or something to activate. So if we can get there with just enough fleet time to exit combat immediately, that's preferable. Or even if we're a little bit short to where we have to walk over to it because it doesn't become activatable immediately. Because this chapter is a thing. It's probably, like, both the most interesting chapter in terms of, like, practice, but it's also the worst. Hey, Devil Dog. Nothing much. We're just doing some practice runs for Limit Break, or rather, a practice run. This is just long enough for me to not want to do 2 back-to-back. Might be able to get away with it if it was, like, 4, sub 4. But, yeah, we're trying to get a practice run in, practice some commentary, and just, focus on not getting tilted. So the next fight coming up is the one I was talking about with, there's going to be 3 garage strikes, which are fairly hard to kill without ice. Luckily, Cloud's magic is so high that a Thundergun Magnify will clean them all up. There's 3 of them, but they're kind of separated. 2 are clustered together, and the other one's a little bit further away. So the Magnify won't always clean up all 3 of them. So I'm going to switch to Barret on purpose and fire a Blizziga at that separated one, so that if the Thundergut doesn't kill it, Barret will, and will kill it immediately.
It's from a speech President Shinra gave, talking up the importance of the
Blizziga, probably gonna be excuse me? Excuse me, Barret! Okay, that's really annoying. That was super silly. I don't know what happened there, but whatever. Very upset. It may have been worth to just leave it alive and kill it in the next phase. Whatever. It is what it is. Very frustrating. I swear I put the Blizziga input in right. I don't know why that happened. I guess it did. Yeah, but that's what I mean, though. That fight right there is particularly obnoxious because they're far enough away.
If we can't make
I guess Barrett must have been rolling to do a synergy move. I canceled it, but it kept me from doing the input, or I just didn't do it properly. I'm not sure which. This is what I mean. Like, that's pretty decent. It's better than, like, stopping super short and having to walk a good couple of seconds. This next fight, I'm going to do this in a really, really awkward-looking way. I need to keep Cloud locked in one place so that I can kill the turrets on the bottom floor here, or else everybody will spawn on the upper platform. So let's do that. Might not work out very well. Well, I guess it didn't matter. We want to get rid of these turrets ASAP so that we can exit combat as soon as possible.
Not bad.
Sometimes you can link those two fights together, but it requires pretty good parrying and a good
it's a shame we had
and
to
good
wander around
movement.
so much.
I didn't have, or no. It requires good movement and a good flee timer, excuse me. I think I had like a 4-second flee timer there, maybe 4.5.
Should we tell Biggs?
So if I had like another half a second, I probably could have linked those fights together, but it's not consistent. This fight right here, though, normally has 2 turrets and 2 monsters. You may be able to see them hanging from the railing there. But if I kill the turrets quickly enough, we can spawn the monsters separately into a different fight, which means I can do
We doing
this.
this or what? The limit and beyond.
And I can get up the ladder before the monsters spawn in, and I can fight them on the way out. Now, you may think, why would you want to fight them on the way out? Just get rid of them already. We don't have to kill them. So we're just going to run away from them like we have the rest of the fights, which means we can slide on out of here. So we can save a bunch of time on movement. That's pretty decent flee timer, to be honest. Normally, at best, you get to the end of the crates, but getting all the way around the crates and on the catwalk is pretty good. Okay.
And we're back at the cargo platform.
So that's it for this chapter, pretty much. The last fight here actually is pretty tricky on the PS4 version. This one, we can just spam Magnified Thunders till the cows come home. New game category, these fights are a lot more awful because you don't... The earliest you can get Magnify is Chapter 9. And it takes about 2 minutes to grab it there, so it's not even worth getting. So you end up having to wait till Chapter 13 for Magnify. Luckily, in New Game Plus, we already have everything. So as you may see right above Cloud's head, there is a Gatling gun, laser turret, and there will be missile turrets that spawn on either side. So it's the same configuration on either side. In the PS4 port, Magnify would never hit all 3 of those, no matter what you did. So we had to catastrophe one side to wipe them out, and then like spam Magnify in a really awkward way. They fixed Magnify a bit in this version, so it's a little bit less fussy. And then, wrong character. Thunder, and Thunder. So Thunder Magnify will get rid of all the monsters, or all the other turrets. That leaves the missile turret, so that when I spam Thunder Magnify, it hits the right turret. The reason I do it that way is Magnify is kind of weird, where when it propagates from a left target to a right target, it has wider range. But from right to left, it has a smaller range. I don't know why. I'm not sure if they messed up a number
Too late to bail now.
when they were writing the code or whatever, but for whatever reason, left to right, it can reach further. It's a very awkward, like, caveat.
We'd be good at it.
And to be honest, if Magnify is going to be limited to 3 targets, I don't know why there's limitations based on how wide it reaches. It's very silly. Especially considering that, for the most part, it targets the 2 closest enemies. So, giving it, like, limitations like that is mostly never going to be an issue. The bigger problem is there's some enemies that aren't in combat still have targeting data, but aren't, like, fully initialized. So you'll see spells kind of fly off into the Wobblu yonder, and it's because they're trying to hit enemies that are close but aren't part of this combat scenario. So, even in that case, because they don't have any damage data, like, the Magnify almost never does anything to them, so there's really no reason to have that limitation. Right here we can do another save load. This one's free, however, as long as I don't mess it up. you see this grate on the bottom left corner here? I'm going to use that as a visual cue to open my menu. Oop, that was a little bit late. If you can see Barrett start talking, that means that used to be our visual cue. But we can actually do it a little bit before that, so we have a lot more wider AoE here. So we're moving into chapter 8 here, or 7. We have a bunch of enemies. There's 4 total here, so I'm going to wait till Barrett starts casting Thunder and then switch to him. So what I'm doing is he's activating his Synergy Thunder, which will normally target the first enemy that I attacked there. But since that drone is long since dead, if I switch to Barrett after he starts casting, the name Thunder pops up, I can force him to re-target to a different enemy that's still alive, so I can force out extra damage without having to worry about his ATB. And it's also free MP-wise, so it's really worth it to do it that way, even though it may seem a little bit obtuse.
Would kill for a shower.
But yeah, as you notice, Barrett's MP isn't going down and Cloud is still at max. That's because we're on Magnify MP Absorb, so everything we hit, we're getting our MP back. And because we're using lower tiered spells, it's not too big of an issue. Barrett, however, isn't spending MP because the Synergy spells are 0 ATB and 0 MP cost. I believe this was mainly tweaked for the Yuffie DLC, so that Sono would be more useful because you can't control them directly, and they place direct nerfs on AI-controlled characters to incentivize you to swap. So Sono is very bad in that DLC. That's not right, but whatever. I wanted to use the Thunder there on purpose to keep Cloud from physically attacking the Shock Troopers. That's also why I switched to Barrett and made him guard rather than attack. If Shock Troopers are physically attacked at this point in the game, actually ever, they can activate a dodge ability. So we need to make sure that we're not attacking them so they don't dodge anything, mostly. And that way we can safely one-shot them from there. Boost. Take your smackdown and Thunder up. Okay, hit the button. So right there is one of the few places where we can use Barrett's moves. Most of the time, Barrett's moves are either not really beneficial, or they have this weird caveat where they'll consume multiple ATB to increase the damage output. And using multiple ATB on a special move that already has bad damage or bad stagger numbers is the problem. So what we're trying to do is just, every once in a while we can get away with using one of his moves, but we really don't want to use any of his ATB on his special moves unless we actually don't want to use MP, which is very uncommon. The only time it really comes up is in Chapter 13 when he's soloing the Underground Laboratory. Even with 2 MP ups, he doesn't have enough sometimes. So using a Focus Shot or a Max Fury can be a better option. But we'll talk about that when we get there. So for a lot of this chapter, it's going to be Cloud just spamming Thunder Magnify to nuke all the machines. And since he has MP Absorb the whole time, he's not wasting a lot of MP. This room's pretty straightforward, just Thunder on Magnify. Hit the crate. Get our MP back. Be a little bit more fast with this. Since the movement was a little bit scuffed. Yes, perfect. So that guy takes a while to get off the console until a timer's done. So I do the movement in that room in a very particular way to time it out. My movement was a little bit wrong, so I slashed twice, which means I had to speed up my inputs a little bit. But yeah, I'm just trying to hit him with Somersault as he steps off the console. That's like the easiest way I can buffer a move there without having to worry about anything. That's an annoying spot to be in. Thunder, Thundiga, and switch. Let's just keep moving here. So we need to micromanage Cloud's MP here as much as possible. So we take these fights in a somewhat awkward manner to make sure that that happens. That's not right. I did that to retarget the Synergy, because I hit one of the regular officers. So if I hadn't... Well, I don't think I needed to switch to him there, but the big officers have pretty large HP pools, so it can be very hard to one-shot them consistently. So I wanted to make sure that was the case. We're gonna grab an MP crate in the next room, so I guess I'll heal that, like, 3 damage Tifa took. Next room, Cloud's gonna Thunder and Magnify the further enemies, and Barrett's just gonna zap the one right in front of us. Boost. Oh, that's not right. Oh, that's annoying. So here's the problem. I have to do that. You want to hit that with Tifa's slide, but because the camera angle changed at the last second, I went around the crates instead of into them, unfortunately. I probably should D-lock on at some point. The problem is, if you're not locked on, sometimes the spells will just straight up miss stuff. So you have to be careful. Thundaga. Gotta be careful here, because they have a dodge animation that they very much will activate from Tifa's parry sailing. The kick counts as a physical melee move, so we have to respect that dodge while we're going around that corner. And if we don't, we're going to have a bad day. Because you can cause the shock trooper that Cloud is targeting to dodge, which means he Thundagas and misses both of them, so he goes down 17 MP and doesn't hit either of them, and wastes an ATB, so it's pretty rough. This room is pretty weird looking, but trust me, this is the optimal way to do it. We're hitting the shield on purpose with Focus Strike, which will refill our ATB, even though we bounce off the shield here. But each one of these Synergy Thunders hits the enemy, and because they have enough HP, we can reliably recover some MP here. There is a crate after this next fight that we could use, but we have 88 out of 92 MP, so we're in a really good spot here. Barrett needs a minimum of 66 for the boss fight, Aerith needs a minimum of 44, and Cloud needs to go into the fight with Max. Not because he's going to use it all, but because we want to maintain that 20% damage buff I was talking about. Synergy Magnify, or Synergy MP Absorb will fix that pretty quickly, but we can be in a pretty bad spot if we start this fight without. You got it, whatever. Normally you want to break one of the wheels here. Enough. The reason is because this hitbox can take a while to disappear sometimes. Tifa, heal me up. Yeah, like I said, 44 and 66 are our numbers. I probably should have healed with Barrett, but it's whatever. Let's get on out of here. If you have any questions in the chat, feel free to ask them. I'm always trying to figure out things that I probably should address in terms of commentary. I mostly talk about the same things, but every once in a while somebody comes up with a question that I forget to address.
Locked down.
Is there any way?
Yeah, from that.
The one that threw me off the most was like, wait, why are your characters doing stuff? Mine don't do that. It's because I'm actually opening and closing the shortcut menu extremely rapidly. Normally it locks you into one-person shortcuts, so I'm just rapidly using the shortcut commands to input and buffer additional moves, so they'll continually act over and over again without using the tactical menu. There are some places where I do use the tactical menu, but more often than not, I use the shortcut menu to get all my inputs in.
Okay, pay attention, you two. 3, 2, 1.
I react to the screens here rather than the audio dialogue, just a habit from the PS4. Although you have to react to the audio dialogue for the secret room on the other side. If you haven't gone in there, you definitely need to, because there's a magic up materia in there that will increase your magic damage a huge amount. 25% magic bonus is huge.
Are you alright?
This is interesting ATB. That's very annoying. I hate you, game. I'll have to do 2 pokes here instead of 3. Okay, we fixed it. I can't believe he backed up that early even with a single uppercut. That's so obnoxious. Why am I this way?
Buzz off.
That's a little bit late, but I'll be fine. Okay. We're gonna do a blindfolded here without the blindfold. You're just gonna have to believe me. If you don't believe me, I'm sorry. I can't help you. We want Iron Blade, and then Metal. Nope. Okay, into Disorder, Blade Burst, Self-Destruct, I believe, and Triple Ski. Yes.
Hey, little help here, guys.
Okay.
Let's be smart.
Little what's his face?
I need to double check my shortcuts because I keep forgetting where Blade Burst is.
I'm damn good at it.
Cloud, be careful!
No more playing.
Gonna make me
Oh, nice. Instant transition. I'm never going to complain about that.
for you, tough guy.
Normally he has to sit forward with the flowers
Professional. Figured this dance
to transition to phases. Okay.
Over here!
Give me this, that materia, this materia, and that materia. Yep. So what we did there was abuse self-destruct. Most of the enemy skills are kind of meh. Soul Siphon does a lot of damage, doesn't last very long though. Alleged Aura does more damage, but it's over 60 seconds. And it's AoE, like, around the character, so in a speedrun it ends up not being super useful. Alleged Aura is extremely useful in, like, top secrets or the Weiss secret boss fight. This? I think it's Vess. The eye is silent. Okay. Anyway, it's good in those, if you're doing, like, 1v1 or 2v1 secret boss fights. Here, however, it's pretty slow. Bad Breath is decent, but most of the status effects that we want, Poison, Berserk, maybe even Slow, Stop, or Sleep, don't ever really get inflicted. And it costs 2 HP per shot, so it's not really worth it. On top of having to have the enemy skill materia equipped, when we can simply just Berserk an enemy with Binding and easy peasy. So the movement here can be fairly obnoxious, so you gotta be very on top of it while you're doing this segment.
Cloud, give me a hand.
Gonna slide this bookcase over and call it a day. Yeah. So self-destruct normally will insta-kill you with instant death. We're avoiding that by setting up Iron Blade, a very particular set of equipment. Enemy skill, junction with HP Absorb. Right now we're on Wind Elemental to boost the damage a little bit further because it's magic-based. Iron Blade has a pretty decent base damage for magic. And then we also have Warding Subversion, which gives us 100% evasion of instant death, because our warding is maxed out. So you won't really see this in New Game categories, and I don't believe it's really useful in New Game Plus, Easy or Hard, because you don't need that much damage.
Yeah.
Here it's perfect, though.
What are they?
If we have a boss with a pretty large HP pool, and we can use Self-Destruct to trigger the phase transition, because we survive the Self-Destruct, instead of taking instant death, which warding evades, we actually just do a ton of self-damage. We get a win-win situation where we hit the boss, push them into the next phase, and then we can immediately follow up with a level 1 limit because we did so much damage to ourselves.
Of course you do.
So basically, phase 1 turns into self-destruct, phase 2 turns into
One of
limit.
Shinra's Turks.
And we get the Berserk bonus, so that they both get a 30% damage bonus. Because if we just use God or Gummerung, you have to remember that we lose out on this permanent Berserk.
Turks get called in
And we
handle
can't
all
just
kinds of
Berserk
situations
ourselves because it's
with
flagged as a
extreme
debuff. So we'd actually have to use like 2 ATB to corrupt the targeting. It's kind of hard to explain, but
So what's EDU?
there's no way to easily Berserk yourselves outside of equipping Fury Ring or using
Thought I
Cloud.
could be the greatest
When
soldier
Cloud's in Punisher stance, you can hold square to stab the ground
Forget it.
to inflict a temporary Berserk.
You mad?
There has been some times where we've tried to use it, but it just never
Actually haven't traveled by rooftop
ends
before.
up being faster
Surprised if
than
you have.
It's honestly
just
kind of
keeping
exciting.
permanent Berserk.
Well,
The 30% damage bonus is just too much to miss out on at any point. One up here. That will turn the camera around. I gotta back up and get close enough and then turn back around again. So yeah, the reason self-destruct gave us a limit there is because we had both magic up
those
as
the words of a
equipped,
soldier candidate?
and we also used warding subversion to evade instant death. Reprieve, Ironblade has a really cool ability called Reprieve, so that when we take lethal damage and we are higher than 1 HP,
That was
we'll be
unexpected.
revived at 1 HP
Cloud?
once per combat scenario.
Huh.
So in that case, we were at near full HP, so we just self-destructed
You know, but
to
Too dangerous?
too much. Maybe more than
one-shot
you
the first phase.
all that
And
passion.
because Reprieve hadn't activated yet, it revived us at 1 HP. But as you notice, we're not at 1 hit point right now. That's because HP Absorb takes place after
This time,
Reprieve's
my
activation.
After all,
So we can absorb
I can't count on
40% of the
you.
damage dealt
Sure about
to
this?
the boss back into our HP pool. It's 40% of the enemy's current HP pool, and it
Maybe I'll
can be
go on
multiple
ahead and
enemies
leave
with
you off on your
self-destruct,
lonesome.
because it does have AoE, but
Just
a lot of the enemies here only have a
Maybe
few
you
hundred hit
shouldn't
points
talk.
at best.
Then you
So if
talk,
we self-destruct, we'll
Tell
leave
me a
the
story.
fight with only a few hundred hit points, which we don't want to do.
cheapskate.
So it's mainly for bosses or very chunky enemies. With Aerith in the party, though, she can one-shot most things. So self-destruct is really a bossing tool, less of a
killing me
mobbing
here.
tool. We'll use it for mobs a bit later in Chapter 17, because the mobs are chunky enough there that self-destruct does make sense.
Here goes
We'll
nothing.
talk about that when we get there. The thing is, Aerith has about 50 more magic attack with her complete setup. She's closer to 500. I think she sits around 490. Cloud sits around 450, 440, or something like that. With their best setups,
We're
magic-based
getting
only.
closer to the station.
So Cloud is more in
Probably
an
run into a
accessory
few monsters.
setup right now. So he's mainly to either trigger Synergy and berserk the enemy or self-destruct on him.
Scarier things in life.
That's basically going to be his role for the whole time Aerith's in the party. Because he has a pretty interesting ability called Disorder, most people probably don't use it. Initially, I hated Disorder too. It's pretty bad damage-wise. The only really standout thing is it pushes you into the Punisher stance quicker, and you get a hit off of it, and it will also refund some ATB depending on how many enemies it hits. Because it's a sword slash, there are scenarios where you can set up for multiple hits and you can get all your ATB back in one go. Very rare, but it does come up. But yeah, Disorder will refund some ATB every time we use it. And can make getting the ATB assist activation of using 2 commands back-to-back extremely easy. So often we'll Disorder into Berserk to apply that bonus damage to enemies. And then we'll get 2 Synergy spells off of it too, so it's a pretty nice little win-win scenario.
But a great place to lay you up.
Nope. What we're trying to do there is one-shot both of these sets of enemies so that we can avoid the fleet timer here. But the rats have a really annoying ability called Call to Arms. Are you serious? Call to Arms that'll summon another wave of rats. And the conditions for it activating are literally so ridiculous that you'll almost always activate them. If a rat has taken any damage and a rat dies, the remaining rats have like a 90-95% chance of activating Call to Arms. If we hit them before they would activate Call to Arms, we can keep them from doing it. But if you see the name pop up, it's already too late. So we have a bunch of enemies that spawn back in here. Sorcerer Storm will always one-shot them.
Because they went for the stronger prey.
But, yeah, we don't really want to use Thunder on Magnify because the way his spells will hit the initial target, duplicate, then hit the next target, duplicate, then hit the next target. So it always meets the conditions for Call to Arms to be activated. Sometimes we can make it work with Wind Magnify. We'll use that later on, but Call to Arms isn't as bad later because the enemies will spawn immediately and instantaneously be able to be attackable. Here, they take a while to spawn in, and they're full invincible and not even targetable for a very long period of time. So that's why I want to avoid it. Sorcerer Storm, however, hits everything around Aerith. So if we set things up properly, she'll just hit all the rats at once and avoid the spawning altogether. So rolling is faster than running outside of combat. There's a reason we stop at certain points. It's because if we do too much combat movement, Cloud will stand still and put his sword away. So we want to make sure to maximize the amount of time saved by rolling, while minimizing time loss by not rolling too much. Sometimes we get that slow put away regardless, because an enemy will hit us like right before we exit combat, and cause us to flinch, which is a combat-only animation. So we'll get that slow put away, and there's nothing we can do about it. It is what it is. Most of the time, it's not that much of an issue, because we're usually really far away from enemies before we end combat. Just want to make sure the camera's in the right spot here. This handlebar segment is actually pretty difficult. It took me a long time to learn the exact angle to hold here. Domino's in Japan is doing pickled pizza. Interesting. Yeah, but you have to have a very precise angle. I'd say you got like about a 5-degree radius on your left thumbstick to make sure to get across those two handbars with uninterrupted movement. It's this really weird, like, upright angle that's very precise, and without, like, notches, it's kind of hard to find the spot. You just gotta feel it out. And once you do it enough, you get the right angle enough times, you'll remember where you gotta push on the thumbstick.
Don't forget about
So we're gonna head into town here, and then I'm gonna heal everybody up, because I do have Pure Materia. Like I said before, items are locked out in hard mode. We don't necessarily need to heal, but I like to make sure to heal. Aerith does have Bloodsucker on her weapon, so everything she kills gets her 5% of her max HP back. So it is what it is. So I'm gonna take a quick bathroom break, and I'll be right back.
Working for Wutai, isn't it obvious?
There's still a lot of smoke rising
Using
from the rubble.
spies so they don't have to break
While
the
fallen
ceasefire.
beams and other debris continue to hinder
Those
rescue
foreign
efforts,
devils
the
are trying
fires
to start
appear to
another
have been
war.
mostly
So if
extinguished.
we all catch the bombers, we get a reward
over
or
there.
something?
That's the director of Shinra's Advanced Weaponry Division, isn't it?
Enough of that doom and
Excuse me,
gloom.
ma'am, but would you
we're
mind
safe
answering a
down
few
here,
questions?
right?
They're targeting reactors. There's no
Can you give
reason
us any
for them to
updates
attack
on the
us
status of the reactor?
So,
What
when
kind
are
of
the trains
damage did
gonna
it
start
suffer
up
in the
again?
explosion? Are we in any danger?
Mako Reactor 5 has been temporarily shut down, and all fires have been successfully extinguished. The situation is under control, and the people of our fair city need not worry about any additional complications. We're in the process of conducting a full forensic investigation, but we suspect the device used was similar to that employed in the attack on Mako Reactor 1. The perpetrators of that atrocity were filmed making their escape. These agents of the eco-terrorist group Avalanche are currently believed to be in hiding somewhere in Midgar.
And given that this group has now attacked 2 reactors in quick succession, can they really be stopped before they strike again?
What do you think? Have no fear. Shinra will keep Midgar safe.
Okay.
Oh, look at me right on time. So Cloud is going to be self-destructing on Brood, and another couple of enemies towards the end of this little side quest. So his HP isn't super important unless he's really low here. Aerith's HP, I would say, is uncomfortably low. If she gets jumped by all 3 of the hedgehogs in the next fight, she can very easily get killed at that low HP. The healing itself isn't really for this chapter, but it is a nice benefit of having it, is being able to make sure we're topped off here and topped off going into Hell House. So just in case anything goes wrong, we can't get one shot in some very awkward scenarios, which would require us to either restart the fight or just straight up reset the run. The healing is for Ghoul, which is an awful boss that I hate, and no matter how many times I practice, it always seems to be a boss. Even though I want it to be a shitty mini-boss, it just isn't. But yeah, Ghoul is either weak to fire or healing. So I put healing on Cloud as a secondary setup, just in case Aerith dies for whatever reason, because we're going to want to use fire on Aerith to just one-shot Ghoul. Every other category can just use elixirs, but not us, because our items are locked.
What for?
Yeah, Aerith's going to be pretty much killing everything, so even though it looks like her HP's low, she's going to get it back pretty quickly. The worst comes to worst, I could...
That's where all these kids live.
The thing is, since we're doing all this walking here, I can heal up. It doesn't really matter.
Next time, we should all go together.
Why, hello, Aerith. As popular as ever, I see.
Apparently, but they sure keep me on my toes.
Better than being bedridden. Thanks again for all those herbs. You've helped a lot of people.
No problem. Anytime.
How'd you manage to find so many anyway?
Oh, I have my ways.
And him?
He's my bodyguard, just until I get home.
And you're sure he's up to it?
Maybe.
Yeah, if, for any new reviewers that are still kind of hanging out, the whole reason I'm practicing this is for RPG Limit Break.
For his patients sometimes.
You want to check it out, that's the website. The banner's up there.
We're back. Sorry to make.
Don't be.
Well then, I hope
No problem.
all you
But
can do
if
what
the
we've
only
all
thing
been
you care
doing.
about is remake, don't worry
Let's all
about it.
wash up before our meeting.
Won't be able to stream after a week here, but we'll figure it out. We're going to do some save loads here to speed up her dialogue
So,
and pretty much cancel it out. What this allows us to do is
okay.
we can cancel out both of these dialogues so we can just start running here immediately. Otherwise, we do a lot of slow walking. But if we save load like that, you kind of see how she just jets real quick. It saves us a lot of time here, because otherwise we do a lot of slow walking because of the dialogue. So it saves a fair bit of time, I think like 4 or 5 seconds. It'd save a little bit more, but the weird thing is there's actually like 2 dialogues right back to each other. And the first one is like 2 lines of dialogue, so we have to save load twice to cancel both of them out to save the max
Mom
amount of
should be home
time.
by now.
It's
So
super
I'll
weird.
introduce you.
But if we don't do both, she won't start running immediately, so it's very awkward. It's what, like, sometimes I kind of question, like, what their trigger lines are, but whatever.
There you go. That's my house.
It could be worse.
It's amazing.
You know, like, I love 16. I really want to play it some more. I'm probably going to, you know, do a YOLO speedrun once I get back from Limit Break, once I, you know, recover from all the, like, late night, early morning shifts I have. But it's going to be like a 10-hour speedrun, and a lot of the things that really annoy the hell out of me is there's like 5 cutscenes back to back to back, rather than them all being the same thing. You have to skip multiple cutscenes, and you have to do it by holding triangle instead of skipping them immediately like you can in this game. But I guess I shouldn't cry, because at least we can skip them. Or else it could definitely be worse. So today, we can pick one of these flowers to get a different mascot.
Oh, don't be
We're gonna go for the white one, Google. It's a little bit quicker. Depending on how I'm feeling during the marathon speedrun, maybe I'll go for Chocobo. Or we could also grab green for the Cactrots. Good old 1,000 needles to the bum.
I think we still need a few more. Which should we pick next?
So Reno, or Root, we'll also do blindfolded as well, but we're already set up for him. I could do Root a little bit different with Synergy Lightning, but
as many as you can
my
carry.
route
So
kind of
maybe a
already
few
has
more?
Wind on Aerith. The problem is, for whatever reason, the devs thought we should only have 3 Wind materia. So getting Wind on the characters that we need and keeping it on them can be a lot more annoying. If we could get multiple Mastered Wind, we could probably optimize
No need to hurry.
12, 13, 14, 15, 16 a lot better.
For this crap.
even 17, I'd say.
And when you're done, you'll
It's
be
pretty
thrown when
annoying, to
drop
be
off.
honest, but it is what it is.
So, how do you think they'll arrange these?
The end game actually uses wind quite a bit due to
We'll see.
flying enemies, due to weakness interactions, and a few other things. It's fairly annoying. But we do use all of the materia, all the different magics. We even use poison, even though it takes 5 seconds to hit a target. In one case, it's actually coming up for Hell House. Wind, however, used to be very, very awful. It would generate like a little wind cyclone, and enemies could just walk out of it / fly out of it. Unlike the ice spells. Ice sometimes doesn't stun an enemy and put them into pressure like it's supposed to, and then explode, so enemies can walk out of ice too. But it's, for the most part, it's really good in this version. It clings to the enemy, then explodes. So unless they're actively in some sort of dodging animation that makes them completely invulnerable, wind will always hit them. Lightning has the same problem anyway, but because there's a little bit of a delay, there's a chance you could activate the dodge animation after you cast the wind spell, because you actually attack. It's kind of weird. Anyway, we gotta save the kids back here in their little fort. The fort here is their little hideout, and there's monsters back here, which means this was a really awful idea. So a couple of them got trapped in the little creek that's back here on the water by quite a few enemies.
We gotta break the rules.
So we need to help them out here. They also said something about a man with a numbered tattoo, which we'll run into later. If you guys are familiar with the OG game, that's Hojo's experiments have gotten loose.
Yeah,
Which they'll kind of make a little bit more. They'll use a little bit more in the next game, and by a little bit, probably a lot of it. If the next game ends where it looks like it's supposed to, we'll definitely find out what's up with those experiments. As of right now, let's get rid of these enemies before they're a problem.
They're kids. Nothing to do but
Oh, this is... Yep. See that hedgehog trying to hit me? That would have been a problem, because it would have caused me to do this little bit away that I was talking about.
Bring it.
We want to make sure to hit the rat here with Sorcerer's Storm. Like I said, the rats can activate the Call to Arms, which summons another wave of rats. So at that point, the hedgehog is very unimportant.
there they are.
If he survives Sorcerer's Storm, he does. I don't care. I can just kill him with Cloud anyway. Braver, Disorder, Triple Slash, whatever I want. But we're trying to make sure we get rid of all the rats in one Sorcerer's Storm to avoid the Call to Arm activation.
Guess I gotta.
So like right here, we want to chill right next to Aerith to pull them all in and kind of pipe them. That's a little bit extensive, but whatever. Wait for the arrow here. Well, the Thundaga there was way overkill, but it really doesn't matter. JSD. Delay it a little bit to make sure it actually kills.
You jittery? Get him! He'll be right there!
I threw that magic bolt because sometimes that smogger takes a while to spawn in. Our MP is a little bit low, but we're almost to the boss. We only need one era to finish up Root anyhow, so as long as I go into it with 10 MP, we're fine. If I save load here while the boy's going up the ladder, both Aerith and the girl go up at the same time. And that may not look like it saves a lot of time, but they take forever to get up that ladder if you don't do that. 2, 3, 4, 6. That's... What? Wow, that Thundaga was super delayed. Her Thunder was super delayed. But yeah, I magnified Thundaga just in case. I really want unmagnified Thundaga for Hell House. But I magnified it with due to some advice on Strife, because like if I accidentally fat finger it, at least I hit all the enemies here. Maybe a little bit slower, but at the very least I hit everything, which is what I need to do.
Was never in doubt.
That means I don't have to reset the fight or try to rebuild ATV to finish everything up. But yeah, we don't need Magnified Thundaga. There's absolutely nothing that we need to go up to a tier 3 spell with Aerith this early in the game. Outside of... Hell House is a unique example. because we need the tier 3 spell, not specifically because of damage, but like other parts of the setup. So the Thundaga isn't needed to kill, it's needed for something else. Entirely, not the damage. Actually, no, that's a lie. That's a big fat lie. We use Thundaga on purpose for both timing and damage purposes. I was thinking that, like, we need it for higher stagger, but the truth is, tier 2 and tier 3 spells have the same exact stagger value. So Blizzara, Blizzaga, Firea, Fireга, Arora, Aeroga, Thundera, Thundaga, they all have the same stagger value between tier 2 and tier 3. The only difference is how long the spell takes to charge and hit, how much MP it costs, how easily you're able to be interrupted while charging it, and the damage values. So the stagger value is like the only thing shared. Everything else is a little bit different. But yeah, we really don't. We do need the damage. But for the most part, like if we're hitting bosses with a weakness, we don't need to be casting tier 3. So like Ghoul and Abzu 1 or Eligor and Abzu 1, we don't need it. On Ghoul, we use Aeroga, even though it's not really necessarily needed, so that we don't have to bother putting the right element on Cloud. So we're gonna blindfold this one as well. Just gonna trust me.
Watch out for high winds.
So if I have a full limit here, I could fire it off, but since I'm blindfolded, I really can't.
So, you had enough
I
yet?
gotta wait till I get hit.
No, I don't believe that I have.
That's it.
What am I doing?
Time to get serious.
I started trying to do arrow with Aaron in the middle of the
Watch out for high winds.
cross-slash menu. That was a really silly thing. Hey, gamer. Pretty good, pretty good. Run's going fairly well. That was a very awkward fight at the end there. I started, like, thinking of doing two things at the same time. The tactical menu there for the cross-slash is not as hard as you would think. I have no ATB at that point, so I can't perform any other actions, even if I get in the wrong menu. And limit menuing is fairly simple. It's just X, up, X, 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 X. So, not that hard. Like I said, I could throw the limit out a bit sooner, but I can't. I have no, like, audio cue to hear if I got a limit. There may be one, but I've never heard it. I think there's, like, a popping sound in the background when it pops, but
So,
it's really hard to tell through all the other audio pollution.
Thank you.
Honestly, I'd say the audio mixing in this game is pretty solid because I can do several of these fights blindfolded. I could probably even do Sephiroth blindfolded if I was really feeling it. But, yeah. Sephiroth is a different beast altogether. I'd rather have my eyes for that fight. Problem is, you get one of 3 elements random for that, so doing the third phase is pretty hard without that visual feedback information. Yeah, I'm playing on PS5. PC version loads a bit slower, so I'd have to have a timer. Because the physics run wonky if you're at a higher frame rate, but it loads faster at a higher frame rate, so you have to play at a lower frame rate so that the game functions properly, but that also costs you load time, so you need a load remover to, like, even compare it to the PS5. I'd have to see how many load screens there are, because it's probably like plus 1 second for each one, versus a PS5 time.
I don't like this part of Midgar. Back when they were still
Problem is,
building
it's hard to
Midgar,
compare
there
the
was an
two.
accident, and the plate fell. People had only just started
PS5
moving in,
loads faster,
so
but it
there
doesn't
weren't a
load
lot
as
living
fast
there
as
at the
0.
time.
But yeah, I prefer to use a PS5 for this, because I feel like the PC version runs a little bit wonky, and I don't know. Feels like there's issues with dropped frames from my experience, and dropped inputs. But like with the PS5, it's, you know, built specifically to play games, so there's not any sort of software hardware discrepancies. Yeah, not only does it have SSD, it has like M2 DAT SSD, so it's really fast. Not everybody has the new memory style. You have to have a new motherboard to have that as well. So that's another thing.
Seriously.
Should not have locked on. What? How is that still alive?
What's that?
For this, yeah, I'm running the M2. And my motherboard's been upgraded, so my computer also runs on the M2 style SSD, rather than the old, like, hard, flat one. It's that little one that looks like a, USB. Hey, Hell Knight, how's it going?
Absolutely.
Okay, that button. So, I mean, both are using the newest version of, memory, so they both load as quickly as possible. 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. How's it going, Hell Knight? Button? There we go.
Piece of cake. Give me a sec.
I switch. I definitely switch out her material. There's no way I did.
What did I tell ya?
I guess we'll find out. Should be fine. As long as I'm aware of it, it's fine.
Did we wake it up?
Get ready.
Okay, is Thunder? Yep. Get me out of here.
Oh, that's weird. It used to be a way through here.
Alright, so a lot of these fights are both extremely straightforward and pretty complex. The first fight, the Disorder plus Arrow Synergy was enough to just one-shot the enemy, Biblios, I think. The second fight there was a Cerulean Drake, which are pretty bulky. Even though they're weak to wind spells, a Arrow Synergy is not quite enough. If I had tagged him with Disorder, he would have been pretty close to death, but since I missed, I went with Arrow Synergy plus Soul Drain. No matter where the Drake is, Soul Drain will pass through the environment, unlike some of the other options. So you'll always land a hit in that case. Unfortunately, the damage was a little bit lower, so Aerith had to throw an additional attack, which is something you don't want to have to rely on, because the AI takes quite a while to attack enemies. And will flat out just guard if anybody is being attacked. It's super obnoxious. Let's get the cutscene here. This, that, this. So we got another arm here we have to set up.
Okay, Cloud. Ready?
Then the fight with the Sweeper, we needed to get 2 Synergy Thunders out. So I needed to switch out my materia. We got a lot of 1, 2, 3, 4 machine-type enemies coming up with a lot of HP. So switching over to Synergy Thunder is a good call here. I could have been on Synergy Thunder in the previous chapter, but it would have required me to learn a new Rude fight, which I'm too lazy to do. Also, it would have required me to put Wind in a really awkward spot, so I opted to not go with that route, just out of stubbornness. Probably loses me a good, the menu plus some other menus later that it kind of complicates rather than simplifies. But yeah, we switch over to Thunder Synergy here. The thing is, Disorder will actually come out so quick that if I just mash 2 Disorders out immediately, the first Synergy won't have activated yet, so the game won't buffer another Synergy Thunder. Of note, one of the interesting things with Synergy is, if a character has yet to start the spell up with, like, the name of the spell, the game will actually continually kick you out of their shortcut menu and block you from using their tactical menu until the name starts, or you switch to them and cancel the Synergy out, or the Synergy spell starts to be cast. So Synergy is kind of a double-edged sword. Not a big one, but it is one. E2 Disorder Butch here. Butch has a bit more HP than the other 2, so Thunder Magnify itself won't be enough to one-shot him. We could consider upgrading to Thunder Magnify, but I don't think it's worth it there. I'm not sure if Butch has over 10,000 HP or not, because obviously your damage cap's 9,999. So if he has more than 10,000, you have to hit him twice, period. There's no options of it. Speaking of hitting things twice here, we're actually going to switch to Aerith immediately here, because the AI likes to do this weird thing where it jumps forward, then does a command. But if I switch to her immediately, I can get these Thundera Magnifies off soon enough that I'll be able to hit the Sweeper prototype multiple times with Thundera Magnify. Normally, getting multiple hits with a Thunder spell is nigh impossible, because every spell kind of has an AoE of explosion. Fire and Ice is like 1.5 meters, 3.5 meters, and then like 5 meters. And on the opposite end, Lightning is 0.5 meter, 1 meter, and then 1.5 meters for each tier 1, 2. Wind is somewhere in the middle with like 1 meter, 2.2 meters or 2.5 meters, I think. And then the last one is 3.5. So you can get multiple hits with Era Rod and Erica, but you have to make sure you're very careful about which one you select. And sometimes the enemies will spread apart to the point where those don't multi-hit, which can be very frustrating. But for the most part, you can reliably multi-hit enemies with fire and ice. And it's pretty much impossible to get multi-hits on lightning. In this case, the enemies all kind of have a standing up animation, and they start inside the Sweeper's hitbox. So as long as we switch to her and get the spell off immediately, we can triple hit. 1, 2, 3, over. So yeah, each one of these little arms has a certain amount of up pulses before it would like be high enough to clear the ladder, and in this case, the crates. It's just awkwardly happens to be 5, 4, and 3 pulses. Yeah, it's probably not worth saying the specific number. I kind of like battle back and forth between it. I guess like the TLDR is just saying like it's really hard to multi-hit with Lightning. Lightning has a really small hitbox. Wind has a decently big one. Fire and Ice, it's incredibly easy to multi-hit.
I'll have that ladder down for you in a sec.
Yeah, I don't even know what actually is a meter in this game. Like when I looked at those numbers, I'm like, cool. This tells me fucking nothing. Could you give me an object that's a meter in-game? Like, how many meters is the sword? Right? Like, I need a frame of reference here. You can't say it's a meter and then be like, yeah. Oh, meter? I know exactly what that means. Wait, we're in a video game. I don't know what the fuck a meter means.
We'll be on the same page.
I didn't know what it meant in real life. I don't know what it means in the game.
I'm sorry, okay?
Play burst. Do this. Fuck, I did the thing again. Oh, shit. Thunder Rock? I mean, that kind of works.
We made it. Smell the fresh air.
That was really weird. I'm glad he chased me down. That made that fucking free. Yeah. I guess I should just say, like, normally it's really hard to get multi-hits with Lightning because it has a really small hitbox. But if we're really, like, cheeky about it, we can get them, get all the enemies while they're still inside each other's hitboxes. Wind, you can kind of get away with it, but it's a little bit riskier because it's somewhat better. Fire and Ice, you can basically nuke everything as long as they're, like, within, distance to slap each other's backs. I don't really feel like that. If anything, I feel like Hell's Paradise sped up, and that's the only thing that did. Alright.
Yeah.
So, skippy-dippy, and we go. Alright, so that's a 150 something. 153? Or, I don't know, I think I'm plus 10 seconds. It's a good thing I fiddled around with the recording timer a little bit so that I frickin' was a little bit less aware of what exact time it is. So I just can add some sort of imaginary number. I'm not 100%, I don't know if I felt like the fights were rushed.
Hey there.
You gave her
I didn't.
No.
I didn't really see that, but I guess I don't know.
We're looking for...
Depends.
Guess.
Save her.
So, this
Alright, so here we have to take specific dialogue options to make sure that we get Madam M's side quests instead of Sam's. The reason is, if we get Madam M's side quests, after we get Aerith's dress, we can just leave the hand massage parlor, turn around, tap the door, and keep going. If we get Sam's side quests here,
Maybe we'll
we have to come all the way back to Sam's from Madame M's, talk to him, mash through all his dialogue, decide to not do his short side quest, then go back to Madame M, then trigger everything. So it loses about 30 seconds to do that. It's pretty easy to make sure you take the right dialogue options. I don't know, man. I don't think it's worth, like...
I think we might have
like, it's not that great of an anime that there's, like, a reason to be shitting on it. It's a pretty good one, honestly. Better than a lot of the shit that goes out each season, so I don't know. But yeah, taking the dialogue options to get Madame M's not too hard. The first one right there, basically any dialogue option that has words on it. The upper option is Sam's, the middle option is Nobody, and the bottom option is Madame M's. When there's money attached, which are the hand massages, the expensive one, Madame M's, obviously. The middle one is Nobody, so 1,000 gets you nothing, and 100 gets you Sam's points. There's also the coin flip. So heads or tails gives you more points towards Sam. The no gives you points towards Nobody. Or it gives you some half a point towards Sam, I think. Basically, like, any 3 correct options will give you Madame M. Whether it be the coin flip in the other 2 or not. Basically, I take all the correct ones so that if I get absent-minded and start mashing somewhere, I don't completely screw myself over. Also, talking to Johnny will give you side quest points towards Sam as well. But that one's kind of hard to do because you can't really interact with him unless you go out of your way to do so, I believe. Could be wrong, but basically how it is. So we just gotta mash through all this. We have a couple of cutscenes skipped, then we have to pick the coin here. That's the only reason that this is a little bit slower. You can get away with just taking heads or misselect for Sam points in any spot and you'll be fine. But yeah, saying Aerith is good with the books. I don't care what... Doesn't matter what I think about Aerith's dress. The 3,000 point hand massage are all kind of the things you want to do. And then no deal. You can take the wrong selection on any one of those. That gives you points towards Sam. As long as the other 3 are correct, you will be fine. Right here we find out Andrea is unavailable. We do have to go to Sam and Honeybee Inn first before we can talk to Madame M. She's actually the story progression. So with a little bit of testing, it's a couple of seconds faster to go Sam, Honeybee, Madame M. Just because the route you can take is a little bit more direct. You lose more time on the Honeybee Inn, but you save a lot more going to Sam first. So we're taking the expensive course here, a little mashing, and we'll skip cutscene. Oh, 56? That's pretty fluffing good. Pretty fluffing.
You okay?
Yeah.
You're acting weird, Cloud.
We could heal up here if we needed to. That's normally what I would do at this point. We haven't taken any damage, so we don't need to. We also will have an opportunity to heal up at Hell House as well. So both of those will be places that I do that. I'm going to take the standing break here because I can. 4.5 hours of sitting is not good, and there's going to be fewer breaks coming up where I have to go out of my way to do things. So very much like to take my standing options when I can. So once again here, we have to be very careful about which option we take. We've already taken enough correct options to not need to bother with this one, but I always make sure to take the correct options, just so that it's muscle memory. It does lose you a little bit of time taking all the correct options, so it's not necessary, but when the option is lose 30 seconds in your speed run and nearly 2 hours into it, or lose a couple of seconds by making sure you take the correct options everywhere, I'll take the 2 or 3, maybe 5 seconds loss versus 30. It's a pretty easy, like, mathematical equation in my head.
Think we can win it all?
That's one thing I'm definitely sure of.
I appreciate the confidence. Don't get too cocky.
Interesting, interesting. Yeah, that'd be interesting to see what we get out of that. So as long as we get in this elevator sub 2 hours, we're in an okay spot. A good run will get into the elevator around 58, 57. At least for me. As long as we see like a 59, we're good to go. We do want to save load here, so we need to be careful. I'm trying to wait until these pop up. Both of those indicate to me that the menu is loaded properly, so I can actually open the menu to save load. and that allows me to skip all of the Aerith dialogue and make the elevator open immediately. Yeah, her dialogue is what keeps us from getting out of the elevator. That's it. Let's see what happens after time skip. That sounds interesting. Yep. So yeah, I don't move towards the door on purpose because I'm under the impression that moving will delay the menu being loaded properly. So it could be me just being neurotic, but who knows? We're gonna triple slash Thundera here just because we can. Slash Thundera. We could use Thundaga here for some extra damage, but I tend to stick with Thundera here. Just in case things go wrong, I have some extra MP. If I really wanted to, I could Soul Drain on Hell House during a staggered phase, but I don't want to do the extra input if I can avoid it. There are some places I probably should consider upgrading to Thundaga Magnify, since I have it, and it's not something I need to tactically menu. So if something is faster consistently with the tactical menus, it's probably the right option to do. If you only use something once or twice, it's fine to use a tactical menu. But when you go over 3 or 4 times, that's when you need to consider adding it to your shortcuts for consistency purposes, because you're going to use it a lot. This next fight is super toxic, and I hate it. We're just going to disorder and pray we get enough ATB for a self-destruct. There we go! That's just this one guy? Oh, that's pretty frustrating. Oh, wait. Oh, that's interesting. I was wondering if you could do that yesterday, and now I know for sure. If I can get Aerith damaged, I could probably cancel out that animation with Cure. That could save time at the end of the highway if I get screwed over by shock panels. Interesting, interesting. I guess I should have thought that that would be the case. Anyway, we'll be switching up to Buster Sword for Hell House. It's actually optimal. I'm not memeing. So don't think about it too much. We need a very specific amount of damage and stagger value. So Buster Sword or Iron Blade are the 2 we need. And Iron Blade's setup is suboptimal here. We're going to do that thing where we switch to Aerith again for the immediate Thundera. Oh my, what is this positioning? That's super awful. Okay. We're going to heal everybody up here, just because I can. And then we're going to do our little menu. Magnify down, wind up and over, Berserk Blizziga, demagnify Blizzra. Fight. Nope. Down, up, and over. Into Berserk Blizziga, demag. That's not how you do that. Fire. Alright, let's go. Oof, oof, oof.
Watching you, ready to.
Alright, let's do the thing.
Show 'em what you got.
By the way, Hell House always starts in fire here, so using Ice Elemental is optimal.
Wait.
This is about 30 seconds long, so it may seem like I'm playing kind of coy here, but it's long enough that I'm not worried about fucking up inputs.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Sooner. Down to poison. Disorder. Disorder. Okay, I guess we're building it this way. Okay. Sorry. Sometimes the music's so good I can't help myself with whistle. It's a bad habit I need to get out of. We're going to wait here on Cloud to make sure the chairs are targeting him. I don't like being next to Fuzzy Wuzzies because they do like 2,000 damage under double Berserk, so we're not doing that. Berserking here. That's super annoying. What we got here? We got Winds, we go Thundaga, Fire, triple. My MP is pretty low. I'm not happy about this. Do I have enough for a Fire? I mean, it's okay. I have enough for Fire. We're fine. That's why I don't like using that extra Thundaga.
Big events like the Corneo Cup are pretty.
I wouldn't have had enough MP if I'd used Thundaga earlier, so that's why I don't do it. Because you can't really Soul Drain when you don't know that you're going to need to use Thundaga on the final phase. I guess you could just do it every time, but I don't know. Maybe Soul Drain would make it so that I don't need to triple slash? Question mark? No. Frickin' Soul Drain's damage is ass. Thinking that Soul Drain it would do anything is absolutely mad.
Here, just one thing.
Alright, so we're gonna get the payout from not doing any of the, or from doing all the correct dialogue options here, so we'll get Madam M side quest. You'll see it pop on the side here. Yep. And that's it.
Ouch. Well,
Peek, and I'll poke out your eye.
Time to get before 100 chapters, that seems weird, yeah. Alright. Mash through these dialogues. Now Johnny comes up and... Oh my god! Tifa's in cornholes!
Well, I do.
Whoa, wait a minute.
Bro, I can call
Is that...
you bro, right?
Cornhole... Would Cornhole put us in PG-13? That's definitely not PG. I gotta not say that. Fuck. Fuck! Did it again!
The way you fight, bro, is like poetry and violence. Bing, bing, whoosh, you know?
Yeah, I guess you're fair enough. I fired off two extra Thunderas. I guess I could just, like, consistently go for the Soul Drain, because what, she's at, like, 120 MP? No, 150? So I'd get 15 back, so I'd get at least enough for the Fire Up, period? I mean, even if I was... See, that's the thing. For whatever reason, Aerith's MP is my safety blanket. And not being low on her MP takes away my safety blanket, and I don't like it. I want my Baba. I'm a giant toddler about this. It's my security item. I need it to feel safe. I don't care if I exit the chapter with 100 MP. I need it to feel good. Yeah, you're right. One day, maybe I'll break that nasty habit. Seems like I'm getting closer to it if I can exit this chapter with 13 MP and not be super spooked. I mean, what? That's still an extra... I could cast Fire, too, as well. Even if my MP is low enough, Fire would be enough. And then maybe, like, Uppercut Tempest, one of the other bad guys. I guess at that point, you would just somersault and run to the other side with Aerith. Yeah, I think that's what you would Fire and then somersault walk to the other side with Aerith. I mean, it wouldn't lose you that much time anyway. That room is, like, really minimal to care about. Obviously, you can save a decent amount of time there, but, like, compared to other time losses, it's pretty minimal. Jujutsu Kaisen.
Why are we here?
to see the honey. You said you did. It'll be fun.
What?
I'm gonna enjoy the dance break here so I can pee, refill my water, and take a good stretch break.
So, Madam M said. So
Madam
we
M?
march right up to him.
You're on a good run. Don't mess it up, idiot. Yeah, because we're entering here around 207.
Mr. Cloud. I've been instructed. What stage?
207:30.
Straight through those doors. Wow. I hope you enjoyed the show.
Just got to, I think having the record timer is just better because it's so much smaller that I can't really, like, read it easily, so I have to go... I can only read it at certain times, and it's outside of combat, so I'm not focused on it. Alright, I'll be back. Verified run. Let's go.
Well, you tried.
Put this on. Mm-hmm.
That show today blew my mind.
13 MP in a dream.
Hey, look at me.
Actually, 13 is pretty good. At least me enough for a fire if I actually have to use it.
Was
Hey,
it
Cloud,
right from the
please go.
start?
Probably not. Did you see their look of surprise?
Seriously? I have had to do these segments pretty recently outside of my run. I was about to say, Eric, if you say shit, I'm gonna get mad.
Not even.
No.
But you're so.
Go. Alright. No more Slack stuff. The only way I'm talking about limit break in a staff capacity is if staff comes in here and starts a conversation. Gotta focus. Same thing's gonna be happening on site. It is what it is. So in the basement here, we're going to do a quick switch up to overwrite our Mithril Saber. I'm actually going to equip Twin Stinger, but select no. And the reason that I'm doing that is Twin Stinger has a couple of fire materia and a few other things that I want to equip instead of what's currently on my Mithril Saber, so that I can change my equipment setup to where I want it to be. It's just going to be a very quick way to overwrite the materia instead of going into the actual menu and selecting the specific materia that I want. I'll be doing that a few times throughout the course of the game. Cloud is really the one that needs it the most because he has some very specific setups that he needs. So I actually use all of his weapons to facilitate that. Buster Sword specifically for Hell House, and I use it for Sephi. It would be faster to use Hard Edge, but I just don't have that set up. Hey, Z-Wing. How's it going? How's it going?
So what happens now?
But, yeah. Right now, we're going to use Twin Stinger, and we'll be using Nithril, or Nail Bat, to overwrite Mithril Saber for specific setups here. So your Ice to Fire, Magnify Up, Lightning Down and Over, Fire of Fire, Arrow Mag, Arrow Mag. Gotta wait for them to start talking. No, yes. Then we want to go up to this, up and over, down that way, into Fire and Fire, Mag, and Arrow Mag. Save load. I needed to wait for them to start talking because that's actually the trigger that opens the doors here. So if I save load after that, the doors will open immediately. I also make sure to do my materia and weapon menuing at that time so that I don't have to open the menu twice. If I close the menu, I close the menu. It's whatever. I just opened it again and then immediately hit the save load button. But the menu does take a little while to fade in, so if I do mess that up, it will lose me a little bit of time, but not too much. It's just min-maxing on some slight little things that just to save time over the course of the run. This fight right here can be really obnoxious. There's a couple of Tornado thugs here that are in a very annoying position. If I do this right, Fire will just one-shot both of them, and I'll use Tifa to knock them both in the air and just move across like that. Sometimes they can separate and there's not much I can do about it, but it is what it is. I'll have to go back with Tifa and take care of him. Luckily, that's not today. Doesn't matter what option we take, he's still annoying. Also, another cutscene here with Shinra the Dinra, and we're out of here. Into the next chapter. We want to Arcane Ward Cloud here. Disorder, that is the right horn. Zerk. No, that's right. Started trying to do the wrong thing. Fire result. We want to break the left horn, so that's perfect. Crits were nice. And there goes Atsu-1. He'll be back later, but I want to make sure to break the left horn so that I start targeting the right horn at the beginning of the next fight. And that will make it so that the Disorder will knock some of the Shotes in such a position that I can multi-hit him with magnified fire spells. So that hitting the right horn there or the body is incredibly important to making the next fight more consistent.
This won't take long.
Not at all.
A lot of these fights, we have ladders, switches, doors that we have to interact with. Hello, thank you. that we have to interact with. So Tifa's movement won't be super useful, but it can be used for some segments. Oh, you did just wake up? Cool, cool. How you doing, Seawing?
The Undercity isn't exactly the prettiest place.
I think the last time was you just saying hi when you were at the Mega Man Battle Network meetup, but that's about it. I haven't talked to you in a bit. How about I?
You're dead.
There's 2 fights here. I don't care about the first wave of rats. They don't prevent me from doing anything. Hello? So what happened is I tried to lock on too soon, getting around that corner. And the game hadn't loaded in the targeting data for the enemies in front of me. So it locked onto the enemies behind me.
Come on. Hey.
So I had to keep slapping left until it cycled to the right enemies.
Was telling us the truth. What do you think Shinra's really up to?
Writing down for secret stars. Nice, nice.
They've got
X3, huh? We going hundo or any?
Destroying a whole chunk of the city just to get back at us.
Both categories are pretty rough now that I think about it.
I can't imagine any way.
100% has all those like
It's gonna cost
bang turns to insta-break shit, and then any percent's just like super scary.
That's a power generator, all right.
Yeah, 100% requires so much precise inputs. It's actually
an antique.
Really skill intensive, surprisingly. You'd think 100% would be less skill intensive, but it ends up being more.
Hey, would you look at that?
Interesting.
And let there be light.
So, I did mention this earlier, but
That's the way to do it.
if there's a loading screen before combat, all my face buttons and thumbsticks will work immediately, but my shoulder buttons will not. Mainly, this only applies to boss fights, but there are some enemy encounters where there's a loading screen before that. So basically, it means my commands won't be inputable immediately, for the shortcut menu anyway.
It worked.
With these fights, though, I can hold the L1 button, which you'll see is being held because of the HP and MP bar being popped up. And that will allow me to buffer the spell immediately as soon as I get into combat.
I know this.
So this is where.
And we're
So if I'm doing the fights correctly, you'll see the HP menu going into the fight before it fully loads. Then I'll be able to menu stuff. However, a lot of these fights have 4 enemies in them, so I need Cloud to clean up one of them first, and then switch to Aerith. Oh, that is a little bit overkill, but whatever. Having Aero Magnify there won't be a big issue. It's a little bit more damage than I needed, and a little bit longer in cast time, but it's fine. The MP in this chapter is not as tight as you would think it is, and you really don't lose that much time to it. Probably a little bit more there with the ladder. There's no point swapping here, because they die just about as fast as I get to the end here.
Kinda in a rush, so don't think you'll want to.
The real big trick is not holding the shortcut menu, but making sure to switch to Aerith before you input anything. Okay. Yeah, fair enough, fair enough. So this fight right here is pretty interesting. If I just start firing off spells here without making sure that I lock onto the enemy, it'll just hit the wall and do nothing. So I need to make sure to do it in a very particular way so that my spells are targeting the Sajin.
See you around.
Excuse me? Hello? Thank you. Ladders are my mortal nemesis, and switches are their partners in crime.
I'll go first.
Interactables in this game are pretty fussy, which makes like optimal movement from A to B somewhat frustrating sometimes. Luckily, that specific set of ladders, that specific ladder was very obnoxious in the PS4 version. If you ran at it immediately, most of the time you just slide for that. So you'd have to slow walk over to it. It loads a lot quicker in the PS5 version, so you can get up it quickly. There's no reason to heal up there, but there's no reason not to heal? Nah. Alright. So we got a few more rooms, and then we have the best minigame that ever to was exist. Mr. Me pump 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 pump. Whoever decided the pump minigame actually hates people, I'm convinced at this point. It's pretty awful. Yeah, it's pretty awful. I had to think about that. Like, that's about as far as I'm allowed. I would use stronger words in any other situation.
No surprises there.
Alright, let's go. Cameron does some strange things once you get off ladder, so you gotta be careful about.
I'll protect you.
I'm pretty good at protecting myself, you know.
I gotta make sure to... Are you serious?
Let's finish this.
What's going on here?
Good luck.
Did she get put this... What happened?
Watch out for
What happened there? I honestly don't know. 76... Firaga, 21. Era, 31. Fira, 41? Yeah, we should be fine. That was very awkward.
Look, that must be the way out.
I wonder. There must be some way we can lower the water level.
Hello, Elsaurus. Thanks for dropping by.
Got Seventh Heaven.
Hope you're having a good one.
This ought to drain the water.
Ugh. So now we're up to the best minigame that never was and should have never been.
No luck?
Must be busted.
A red light we can use. I remember.
All right.
Aerith, you might...
Wait.
At the very least, we're over a little bit under halfway through. A little bit over halfway through, actually. So it could be a lot worse. But once we're done with this, I'm going to be super happy. Because I hate this minigame. It's trash.
So maybe this is a little different from the one at the bar. More industrial? Here goes.
Okay.
Spectacular.
Oh, fuck off. Ugh.
Try to stay in sync.
This minigame with a passion, if you couldn't tell.
All good.
One, two, three, four. Alright. 4 out of 3 is fine. I'd have rather missed the third one, but whatever.
Wonderful.
Okay.
I hate this
let's head
minigame.
back. Cloud's probably getting worried.
So that's like plus 12, I think. It's whatever. I can miss that a couple of times and still PB. I just don't wanna. I always plan to miss it about twice, but it's frustrating when you're on a good run. I'll probably have to tell the freaking audio tech to mute me there, just in case I swear.
This won't take long.
Because most likely is gonna. So we have 55, we're good to go.
It's never in doubt.
Okay, so we want to run on the corner here and
Don't hold
speed
back.
boost. Air rough, fire rough. Fire rough. Ladder, please. Less. Thank you.
Sure is nice to go up for a change.
For it. Ceiling. Fire up. Okay. Alright. 224.44 exit? Okay, so we're on a good pace, actually. Regardless of that. I think I'm plus 10, but I don't know. So, we're just gonna try and treat this as a decent run and not get too wrapped up in it.
We could get lost in
We're
it.
past the worst minigame, and that's all I need.
A real treasure
Baby!
trove of scrap. Sector
Wow.
7 should be just past that.
So
large
you may have
open
noticed that
space
kind of
right
like once
there.
we got Aerith, we had to like do a lot of swapping to get her set up.
Dark
Luckily,
everywhere.
That it?
we only had to make a minor adjustment for the start of Chapter 9. We did have to make an adjustment for Hell House, because otherwise we could lose a lot of time in that fight. Having this set up for instant
Not just what kind.
Everyone's
stagger is incredibly important. And we needed to make a slight tweak for Abzu. Luckily, the tweak for Abzu can carry us all the way to the very end of this chapter, so we don't have to menu anymore until we get up to Eligor. The main reason is Eligor is weak to ice and wind. Wind while it's in the floating phase of 2, and ice while it's on the ground. Meanwhile, Abzu and Ghoul are both weak to fire, so it'll keep us through here. Unfortunately, Synergy is borked in at Ghoul's fight. Ghoul's fight in general is borked, but the Synergy won't activate in the Ghoul fight, so we really can't rely on it. It will activate if we stagger Ghoul, but we do not want to do that.
Why would there be kids out here?
We're just going to try and overwhelm Ghoul with damage. So the gimmick with Ghoul is it's weak to physical than magical. It'll switch to being weak to magic if you do enough physical damage, and once you do enough magic damage, it switches back to being weak to physical. So what we're trying to do is do enough physical damage to get that magic weakness, and then do enough damage that it doesn't have time to switch back. And then when we start the next phase, it'll restart as physical weak, so we hit it hard enough to switch magic, and then one-shot it, two-shot it, whatever you want to go. Ghoul normally would just be eaten alive by elixirs, but because items are locked for us, we're going to have to work for this fight. We don't get it for free. A lot of these fights, though, luckily Arrow Magnify will just clean up. Luckily, if we do get the call to arms with the rat, these fights will go pretty straightforward because they'll spawn in immediately, so I can just follow up and finish them off. This fight right here is pretty awful. There's going to be 3 enemies in front of us, and then 2 that'll spawn behind us. And it's really hard to reliably one-shot all of them. That's right. Okay, we're good. Oh, I almost thought we weren't for a minute there. Oops. Luckily, we'll get enough MP crates that will be pretty much maxed out once we get to the next... once we get to Ghoul. Aerith will be a little bit below max, but the loss of the 20% damage is negligible. Matter of fact, it's straight up unimportant. Because we'll be doing a lot of damage with Tempest to build ATB, so we don't have to worry about her under-damaging. Unless I play the fight poorly.
Alright, let's see what's inside.
So this right here has a cutscene. This is one of the few places where we can run into it regardless. Normally that step back thing is what happens when we walk into a trigger too much before it's activatable. That's the one place where the game doesn't really care whether we're moving forward or back. It'll trigger the cutscene either way. There's a save load I can try and do in here. We'll try for it, but there's no guarantee I'll hit it. If I hit it, it's dope. If I don't, I don't. We're gonna walk forward after the ghost spawns in. And now I'm going to do the setup for the skip here, if I can get it. Okay, we want to get the right spot here, and... Nope, too late. Unfortunate. If I save load properly here, as we're running into this, we can skip this whole part where Tifa's pushing at the door, and we're staring at the train car. We can just get the train car door to open immediately. It saves about 30 seconds. You don't want to spend too much time on the setup, because then you're obviously going to lose more time. It is a pretty massive time save, but assuming or predicating a run on Chapter 5 or 11 save load getting hit is not a good idea. This is just a really ridiculous way to lose a run 2 hours in, 2.5 hours in. Don't do it. I've had a few runs where I got both, and my play was dog water. So, the save loads are the only reason I PB'd.
Guess the crane's up there.
I've had one where I have, Chapter 5, had one with Chapter 11. I've had PBs without either. It's something you can go for, but at the end of the day, like, getting a good time is going to be on your back. All of it is going to be your inputting. There's only so much, 50 seconds of time save can do in a 4.5-hour run. If you're playing poorly everywhere, those save loads are not something you should be focusing on. You should be focusing on getting through every fight consistently. I built setups for them just for the community in general, but I don't even know if I ever posted a video on it like I should. This fight here is really funny. The next 2 rooms Ghoul, with the ghosts in here, Tifa and Aerith are going to get freaked out. So we can do this. Yeah. if you kill a ghost quickly enough, Aerith's MP will refill. I attacked a little bit too soon there, so I almost messed it up. You don't need the MP, it's just a prime a convenience because we can. But both the rooms have 10%, so we end up saving more MP through this area without spending any. It's super nice. Dangnabbit. I normally want that third hit to kill, but sometimes the ghoul jumps back like that, and I'm not able to do anything about it. So yeah, now we're up for actual ghoul. We're gonna race in with Tifa here, tag him with Somersault, make him weak to magic, and then while we're waiting for Somersault to go off, we're gonna run up with Aerith, charge up a Tempest, and then Berserk with Cloudfire with Aerith. That'll be enough to murk this phase. And then we need to set up for something similar in phase 2, so that Aerith can double fire and get rid of the boss. Saying it out loud more for me than I am for you. Okay, we're good to go on this. At this, wait for it. Fire. Fire up. Huh? HP boost. Knockout strength. Alright, we have all the options in the world right now. Calm down. You haven't had trouble with Ghoul in a long time. Thinking it. Overthinking it. Should be more worried about whispers than anything. Okay, where are you? Right. That was actually the correct play. I finally started doing that right. It may look like I stopped there because I didn't know what I was doing, but when Aerith's that close to Ghoul, if I run to the other side of the room, that magic attack that you saw Ghoul throw at Aerith will pin her in the corner and one-shot her. So if I didn't hesitate like that, the magic blade would have been in a position where she probably couldn't have dodged it, and she would have been one-shot. Luckily, Cloud's ATB was good enough that I could have followed up with Cloud using Kiriga and Fyra to finish off the boss fight. I would rather avoid that, though, because it's much quicker to do with Aerith, and having her dead can be very obnoxious at the end of that fight. Because then I have to spend a bunch of time casting Kiriga, Cures, and stuff to top everybody off, when I can just one-shot the boss. Normally what you want is for her to start in the position where that phase began, towards that like little well at the end of the room. And then I could just diagonally run across the room, breakneck speed, and because of when the boss tries to hit her, I'll be able to just walk and have it whiff. So we do need to make a menu before Elagor. You know, I'll probably do that whenever the hell I feel like
it's
it.
moving. Maybe now we can.
Hopefully I don't mess with Elagor. That's a
Here I go.
Silly whip. That was way too soon. You're gonna regret that. Shit. That's fine.
But we're in a rush.
I didn't want to burn my ATB here because I want to get ATB assist activated. That's a little bit silly. Luckily, even if you screw the fight up, you're okay.
No holding back.
Okay.
That's the way to do it.
You just picked one?
This path is blocked too, but we're so close I can see it.
Hey, do you think these trains might still run?
Could give it a try.
Now. Oh, that's the worst way to do that, though. I don't need fire anymore. And the next time we have her will be in Chapter 17. There's really nothing weak to fire to the point where it's worth using. So we're going to be switching over to wind, ice, and lightning on her for the rest of the game. Right now we want wind and ice because Elagor, when he's on the floor,
I'm not surprised.
is weak to ice. When Eligor is flying, he's weak to ice and wind, but because he flies very fast around the arena, ice spells will pretty much whiff until he gets in the corner and starts spamming the spears. I don't want to bother letting him get to the corner, so we're just going to one-shot him before he gets there with wind spells and a little bit of extra damage of fire from Cloud.
This isn't a game. Focus.
Okay, Parrot's gonna have to do this. Oops. The Drake probably... What am I doing? I already did the menu.
No surprises there.
Thank you. Yeah, we needed to use Arrow Magnify so that we killed the other Drake, because there's actually 2 in that room. The lesser Drakes are a lot weaker and will go down a lot quicker. Cerulean Drakes are pretty bulky and take a while to chew through, so... Gotta be careful about that. Okay, Tifa. Okay. Phase 1 done.
Can't let you keep that.
Enjoy the ride.
Okay, easy peasy. Phase 2 done. Erica doesn't do quite enough damage here, so we have to throw out a fire with Cloud to finish things up. But like I said before, we only have so many wind materia, so we kind of have to cheese the fight out a little bit by using fire to top things off instead of the actual weakness. Easy peasy. Not even half the berserk timer. Get wrecked, idiot. The shit I'm talking is 100% justified, because I have thrown Ghoul and Eligor a lot recently, so one-shotting both those fights is incredibly important for my ego at this point. I really needed that. Switch over to Tifa.
Sorry, but I gotta.
Okay. That's gonna be kind of scuffed. Whatever. I'll have to use this. What? I don't know why the damage was so low there. I disagree, but whatever. Cloud's fire never came out. What? He must have got interrupted mid-cast. Okay. Okay. I guess it threw pretty there then. I threw that somersault out too early. I was supposed to wait for Blizzard to stagger. Wrong person again. No. Yes. And let's do the thing. Synergy. This. Doop. 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 Into fiber gun mag. Should be Blizzard. Blizzard around that mag. Then we want. This is the worst way to use this. Well, I mean, it's fine. It doesn't matter either way. Okay. I wanted to heal up Cloud here because he will take a couple of lumps in these first few fights. And if I have him take too many, he will get killed.
I'm getting sick of this.
He doesn't have Chain Bangle on. We have Berserk, so we take 30% more damage. And we're getting to the point where enemies can do quite a bit of damage pretty quickly. So being solo is fairly dangerous. Alright. Die! Whatever. Take him up the stairs. Forget it. Come on. Come here, buddy. Fire. Whatever. That was... I don't know why fire didn't hit that trooper. I think it targeted the turret? Not 100% certain there. I have had that guy survive a few times, but it's been a while since I've seen that particular interaction. I'm gonna have to use a Kiriga with Tifa when she joins, though, which isn't a problem MP-wise, it's just gonna be a problem menu-wise trying to do it. Fire up, don't shoot me. I said don't shoot me! Dickhead. What a pain. It's the last fight, though, luckily. As long as I don't die here, we'll be good. It's a boost. I'm a little bit too far forward. I don't know if I'll get away with this. I did get away with it. Nice! Well, I did lose some time on that first fight, but it happens every now and again. I'm trying to, like, stay low to the ground here. Fire Magnify is enough, but I might want to jump that first fight up to Fire Magnify, just so that I reliably kill everything, because of the wider explosion radius.
You guys can't stay here.
The reason we weren't using fire earlier
Come on, come on!
is because it won't stagger enemies innately, and because the explosion is so big, it'll usually kill all 3 targets before you duplicate anything.
Go to sector 5 or 6.
TLDR, you'll debuff your damage by 25%,
That's it.
and you won't get anything out of it.
Oh God! Look out!
That's why we're using Fire Up on MP Absorb instead. We really only need Fire for Huntsman and Roche anyway.
Damn it! How the hell did they expect?
But now we're double dipping. We have Fire Magnify and Fire MP Absorb. And because they're both leveled up, whenever I use Fire Gun Magnify, this is such an awful... Oh my... This is the worst. Normally you can sneak past NPCs here, but that was a really bad layout where that one NPC kept blocking me. Oh, that's super annoying too.
We need to get out of here right now.
Well, the game's trying to tilt me, and I'm not going to.
Steady now.
Until I make a mistake.
Someone tell me what the hell is going on. Come on, we've got to go too. I'll be fine. Don't worry about me. We can get through this. We just have to work together. Get to Wall Market now. It's too dangerous here. We need to get stuck. That way's already... Please, I need to get through. This is it. Almost there. There's still...
No, it's not working.
Ah!
Confirm.
Okay. So this is the last time we'll see Aerith for a while. We're not doing any combat with her. That's why we kind of changed everything up.
Hold on, Marlene.
Got Magnify on Cloud and got him set up with Fire Magnify, Fire MP Absorb, so we can double dip on that MP refunding, so that we can keep topped off at all times. We threw Synergy on Barrett, so that he can do the last little bit of damage. He's got Synergy Lightning, so he's more set up for machines than humans. So his damage will be pretty negligible in the next, in the boss fight. We also put the magic ups back on Cloud, we put an assist on Tifa, and we also gave her refocus. Or first strike over refocus, rather.
I sent her to
Here we go.
to get Marlene out.
What am I doing? HV boost fired up. Really awkward inputs there, but whatever. I should have done that while I was on Cloud instead, but it's fine. Okay. So the reason you can move right next to that chunk of metal, and hopefully Cloud will spawn right on top of it, but it doesn't always work out that way. We don't really need to worry too much about damage, but I'm going to top everybody off here because we have to stand still anyway. Cloud will be using self-destruct on the boss, so we only need to keep him topped off to get the bonus magic at 75%, I think. Can't remember what it is, but it's like 75% or higher HP. He gets either bonus magic or bonus percent damage. I think it's like +5 magic or something. It's not super important, but it is helpful. When you have a 30% multiplier for Berserk, and then you also have a 50% multiplier in your materia setup, 5 magic check. Pretty good.
Seriously struggling to take down these
Surprisingly.
Anyway,
Too late, right?
we may need to...
Come out here so I don't accidentally hit the ceiling. The helicopter only ever fires 2 waves of Gatling fire, so just chill out. Wait for him to hop off here. Hit him with arrow. I could use anything else. Okay, I guess that works too. Low damage, but whatever.
Mow him down. Move aside.
Minute here.
No escape.
So you want to wait anyway before you cast Fyra there, so that your MP is back at full, or else it won't one-shot the Helitroopers. Fun fact, when you're at full MP, Fyra Magnify will one-shot a Helitrooper. If you're not, you have to use Fyra. Yeah, I'm actually surprised that it didn't kill, because I figured it was pretty consistent, but since it threw it towards her anyway, it kind of worked out. Iron Blade, nope. Alright, so we're going to heal up Cloud again, like I said, to get that bonus 5 MP, or 5 magic attack. Otherwise, it would be a moot point. Tifa's MP isn't really that important anyway, so I'm not too worried about her running low in general. She really only needs enough for an arrow. To a... I need to do that. There, Barret. So, Barret, I switched to because I want to use an overcharge to get rid of the... Why am I even doing this? I need to practice to shut the fudge up and let my commentators do this. Just focus on the fight like I did with Fool and Elevor. It's uphill battle with me all the time.
See, you're doing whatever the hell you want. Guess I'm rubbing off on you.
Bang, bang. Run complete.
I got it.
Yeah, whatever.
Get back. Let's go.
Okay.
Damn it. Lift your wings, huh?
I was planning to join you anyway.
Any landing you can walk away from. Come on, let's teach them the Turks two-step.
Triple thank you. Free fight.
What happens when you mess with the Turks?
Let me handle this.
Okay, close enough. She doesn't even have to be right in front of it. She can be right next to it. Oh, that's godlike. I love it. Alright, so we're at 248.20, which probably is like 248.10, something like that. I want to give this wind materia to you, and I want to stick her on, and let's get the fuck out. That's top floor. There we go.
Anybody out there?
Barret! I think I hear him up ahead.
Here goes.
Okay, let's go.
And push!
If I throw it in whispers, I might just throw myself. Good grief. Yeah. Oh, yeah, the bug, which you're talking about? Yeah. Obviously, like, getting her in front of the terminal would be the optimal thing, but knowing that, like, it can trigger from the side makes me a lot less nervous about the direction and more, I don't know, I think it just removes, like, the fear of putting her up past it. Because sometimes I slide 3 times. And obviously I can't parry Sailor because of the Omni Strike, thank the Lord. So it reduces the chance of me being silly about it.
Good job.
And trying to parry Sail, which means I'll definitely overshoot it, or undershoot it, plus get an uppercut. That's probably like the best part about Unbridled Strengthing there. It removes my innate stupidity from being a factor. That keeps me from being silly about it.
Yeah, Biggs too.
But yeah, definitely in front, for sure. I could see why.
Up there with
Because
us.
if you hit that weird bug and she's on the side, you're going to have a really hard time pushing her in front of it. And on top of that, Cloud won't be in the right position. Nowhere. Well...
Come on now. There's no need to be afraid.
I've been thinking, y'all.
Dude, this game has so many weird little one-off bugs that, like, happen once in a blue moon. Like, everybody experiences them once, depending on how much time they put in the game, but that's about it.
Hey, Cloud. I'm gonna need your help.
Right.
I'm really sick of seeing one-offs in this game. Ugh. It's like I'm playing a TCG and it's like, oh, it's a one-off. Nice Regeki, asshole. This is bullshit. That's never happened since.
My ears are still ringing from it.
That's... Oh, yeah. That's never happened since.
So where's this place you said Marlene?
Hey, so you guys are witnessing a really rare bug here, and I hate it. I hate everything.
As fast as you are.
Can I quit? Steam, do you want to do the rest of the run for me? Because I'm very angry right now. I think that's what I'm going to have to do. I'm totally going to tell him to mute me on the pump minigame, though. I'm going to swear if I miss one. Especially if I barely miss it before rather than after. Being late, like, fine, I missed it. But, like, missing it early is so infuriating. Oh, that is invisible? Oh. So yeah, we have to walk all the way over here. Got a pretty long lead time. Then we're going to head back to Sector 7 to check out and see if we can find Biggs Wedge and Jesse. We already know Wedge got it, but we think Biggs and Wedge, or not. Yeah, Biggs and Jesse were still in there. So Barrett, being the gentleman that he is, who's very concerned about his friends, he doesn't give a shit. We're going back to check for him. And this is part of why I love Barrett. And the cutscene right before this one, too. I actually hate having to skip the Chapter 13 cutscene. That's probably the one I dislike skipping them up. Yeah. Jigs, Bedge, Wezzy. Sus. As long as they don't say Aerith, Tifa, and Yuffie. Like I did with all their... I always cycle the girls around for some weird reason. Barrett, Cloud, I almost never confuse the two. The girls, I screw it up all the time.
My ears are still ringing from it.
Probably because I like Barrett so much that I don't ever fuck up and confuse him with Cloud. Cloud's too much of an uptight prick in this game to be confused with Barrett. Don't get it twisted, though. Cloud does do things for, like, Tifa. Like getting freaking wearing a dress and shit. But he can break into Corneo's mansion to help her out, make sure she doesn't get mauled by that absolute retrobate. Also, if you have any issue with bright flashing lights, and there won't be any in this segment, but there will be a segment after this, so I'm going to throw my sunglasses on early. If you need sunglasses, some sort of protective glasses, or it's just best to tab out, I would very much suggest it. I will let you know when we are done doing the shooty bang bang. It's not too aggressive, but it's enough for me to make the warning for it. It's not... I would imagine it's very unlikely to trigger any photosensitive episodes, but I do know it is a thing. It is pretty bright. The flashing isn't super intense, but, you know, better to be cautious and make sure somebody doesn't walk away with migraine, like I could, or, you know, a full-on seizure. I don't think it's bad enough to cause a seizure, but it depends on your sensitivity level, I would assume. For some reason, it's not as bad on the PS4 version. I think it has something to do with HDR and not being optimized properly. So this is one of the areas where we just get to go ham with Tifa. The next couple of fights, 3 specifically, we're just going to say nope and get on out. I also love switching to them so fast that they're both in the A pose when I swap. It's always so nice. This next fight here, we can sometimes get into immediately. I'm half tempted to do it. I guess, yeah. 18. Fire. Okay, he's gonna smog, so I fire right here. I upgraded to Fire there because that purple mist mutes characters, and I wasn't sure if Barrett was gonna get his Synergy Thunder out time. What the hell? Oh, she got hit by self-destruct. That's super toxic. I need to heal her at the end of the highway. Because she won't die here. Okay. We get through this fight? Okay, sure, whatever. Yeah, but that fight doesn't exist. I don't know what you're talking about. Dude, my copy of this game is, like, cursed. I swear. You're supposed to get in a fight in between those two. And I don't... Fuck. I have a 0 written where there's a 1. Fucking my console is cursed. That's like the 3rd time or 4th time. I've gotten it once in practice, too. I don't even know. So, like, I'm the only one that's gotten that combat skip for whatever reason, and I could see the enemy right there. There's no reason I should have been able to. I'm lucky in the most silly ways. Yeah. Strife has never seen it before. Strife has seen a lot of stuff in this game, who's the world record holder. And I just...
Does it look like we can go this way?
I have... no, we're gonna heal with Tifa, because Barrett's MP is far more important. Heal yourself. Oh, okay, yeah, I don't want to do that. Gotta be careful about that.
This is bad.
Should do it here. Are you serious? Dude, this is silly. Why does Barrett and Tifa have to be in a certain spot to fucking move in these areas? This is ridiculous. Should have done it on the highway, I guess. Oops. There's some places where if, like, your AI partners are too far behind outside of combat, it'll make you stop and stand still, and apparently I found both of them. Normally I'd say it's, like, when I don't reset the console, but I've been turning it off. I've been taking it to the other room to play, like, Final Fantasy 16 offline. Here it's fine to heal? Okay. That's what I thought, but I just kind of, like, pressured it a little bit early. I should have known better. I'll try and remember that. Thank you, Strife.
Is there anyone out there that needs some help?
Alright, so we're heading into the underground laboratory here, which means I need to set up Barrett. There's a couple of different ways to go about it, but no matter what you do, the underground laboratory is just awful. It is a bad dungeon, it is very poorly designed, and it's very unbalanced. I mentioned earlier that fire and ice spells can hit the floor and stop doing damage. And I mentioned it earlier that the dogs... Or no, I didn't mention it with the dogs. But the dogs can activate a dodge ability if they're targeted with their weakness ice. And because Barrett's stats are so awful, we have to use ice here or we're not going to kill dogs consistently. So between the uneven terrain, making it very easy to ice the floor instead of the enemy, and the dogs actively dodging ice, it's going to be very hard to get through here. And with the bad stats, we're going to need to cast multiple times to clear out enemies. We're going to save load here once, excuse me, I said save load, to get the cat over to the hole. And then I'm going to menu and then save load again. Okay, we want to swap out Magnify, First Strike Magic ups into this. Now Barrett is at his zenith, and he's not going to get any better. And you'll see how hard he's going to struggle to clear this dungeon.
Stay right where you are.
So yeah, flashing, coming up very shortly. Tab out, put sunglasses on, whatever. In 3, 2, 1, go. Yeah, I guess it was 4. Oops. So yeah, for some reason we have to shoot these rocks. We can't break them with melee weapons. So we have to go with EKG cannon instead of pincers, which I would say is much better here. It is what it is, though. Gotta be careful so we don't push them out of the ice. That's very annoying, but there's nothing I can do about that. We do have Bloodsucker on, so we have to take a huge amount of damage for it to be... You've got to be... I really expected that to screw me over. I can't believe... Blizzara should kill all of them, but in this case... Hello? Hello? Thank you, game. I did get extra MP out of hitting one of those crates, I think. It doesn't matter. I shouldn't be worrying about it right now. I gotta worry about these fights. This area is loaded with unfair fights that make Barrett's life way harder than it needs to be. It's rough. Okay, yeah, we got it free. We could get away with Blizzard if they're close enough, but I'm not gonna worry about that. This one right here, I'm gonna fire Blizzard at the bugs, and if I get lucky, the dog will just kind of chill out in the zone that they're in, so it's fine. It's Overcharge will keep him pushed back. Huh? I mean, I'm not gonna complain. Alright, so we're past some of the harder fights here. The rest of them do have some RNG factor to them, but they're nowhere near as punishing if you get bad luck. They'll just be mildly obnoxious. This one right here, I gotta be careful with the blizzard. If I just fire it off immediately, the first Gorger won't get pressured and can just walk out of the ice spell. Same thing here. I should be going with Blizzara, so that was very bad. Hello? Will you turn around? Oh my... The computer is elaborating to screw me over. I don't know. I don't know what words I need to use here, but I'm very frustrated. That Blizzard working on those bugs is very uncommon, but Barrett spinning around there is super infuriating. Ah! I wanted to roll in such a way that he bit me during the roll animation, so I didn't hit the stutter animation. Notice here, how Barrett goes from moving in battle to out. Somebody in their infinite wisdom was like, you know what should happen to Barrett? He should move 75% speed, 75% speed in combat. And it is the most awful thing they could have done to Barrett. He already has the lowest damage. He's intended to be a tank character. A lot of his abilities are weak, and then they can be strengthened by wasting multiple ATB on them, so you make a weak move slightly better. Everything about Barrett is built to screw him over. And the problem with him tanking is actually it makes him even worse of a character, because the amount of damage you take in your HP, the percentage of HP loss, will dictate how much of your limit you gain. So him naturally having higher HP actually makes it even harder for him to get a limit, and he already has bad limits. So everything in this game is stacked against him to be a bad character, and it's super frustrating. I honestly, I don't know why the devs did this to Barrett. What did they do to my boy? They slaughtered him, type thing. And from the Rebirth trailer, I think it's going to be the same, which is even more frustrating. Because we'll have other characters making Barrett not an option anywhere. Because his damage will be too low. His only good move is Overcharge, and it takes too long to recharge. It's very unfortunate. Slow movement speed, low damage. He's supposed to be tanking for other characters, but provoking bosses to attack him require you to be on him. Everything that could go wrong is wrong with him. Wait, that was wrong. Oops. That's what I guess. It's right there.
You good?
I wasn't sure if I wanted to... What? Oh my gosh, game, I hate you so much! Listen, where are the other ones? What? That's so infuriating. That's... So, I tried to cast Eriga and then target a different enemy, and instead of allowing me to retarget, the game went, oh, you want to switch characters? Kick me out of the tactical menu and fired it, whatever. I've had it happen a few times, and I'm not sure what causes it, but it is infuriating. Because the only way to interact with a tactical menu is with the D-pad, and sometimes the D-pad buttons just make you swap characters while you're in the menu. It's very infrequent, but it's incredibly infuriating. I don't know what causes it, and I'm very angry that it's a thing. I'm assuming it has something to do with the frame rate. Seriously? I don't have enough ATB? Whatever. We'll just Star Shower twice. I have enough MP, but not enough ATB. That's so infuriating. So I do have Binding Warding on Tifa here to avoid sleep, because these specimens will cast sleep if possible. Barrett does not, though. That's why I need to fire off his limit as soon as possible. This is the last flashing light here. And we're done. So if you have any issue with bright flashing lights, now it's time, plenty of time to take your shades off or tab back in. That was an infuriating lab segment. And it is what it is. That boss fight is controlled chaos at best, utter chaos at worst. And that was utter chaos plus some, like, slow inputs. So, yeesh. Yeesh. Well, we got through it without dying. That's the important part. And I didn't fire off a limit at the wrong thing, so could have been a lot worse. Could have been better. Hello. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. And Barrett was back to doing almost nothing. Now we have Cloud back on Fire Magnify, Fire MP Absorb, so every time we hit something with a fire spell, we're going to siphon MP back, and we're going to get that up to 3 times per attack, which will let me get through the sewers, and then we'll switch over to Wind for chapters 15, 16, and a majority of 17. As of yet, we use Ice in the early game, we use Lightning in the mid-early game, and then we switched over to Fire for the middle and late game. And we'll be using Wind for the end game. Aerith was also using Wind as well, but we go through all the elements in the run. Hey, Wind, thank you for dropping by. Nothing much. Apparently we have...
All the roads and public transit have probably been...
We have a decent run, but failed experiment was chaotic as it is. The dungeon itself was pretty good. I had fairly good RNG with most of those fights, and I didn't really get screwed over by anything. So it was an average... Chapter 13, I guess. Everything else has been pretty decent, actually. I've made some silly mistakes, but that's about it. I still don't know why I can skip that fight. It's so stupid. Maybe it loaded improperly when I loaded it onto the M2 DAT drive, or the DAT drive has something disconnected, so it's not clearing data properly.
They'll come on home once.
We want to make sure to mash triangle on that last dialogue there so we don't cancel out of the menu. Because we want to use the Chocobos to fast travel to Wall Market. Specifically the Urban Advancement District. This is where we use the zip line to get up the wall. Where we exit out of the sewers. So we're just going to take this option because it's the closest to Tornado's hideout. And that'll give us the quickest option to get into the sewer. Other categories need to come from the front, because you need to go by the weapons store to pick up Hard Edge. Hard Edge isn't so great in this category, mainly because like we have no way to boost our physical damage outside of Berserk. Tifa is the only one that actually has something that unilaterally boosts physical damage with Star Shower's 70% damage bonus. But because we have both magic ups topped off and maxed out, 50% magic attack bonus is just way, way, way more powerful than any physical damage. Tifa can hang, though, because of the Star Shower. Star Shower is about as hard to interrupt as a limit, and then buffs the next move by 70%. It does a decent amount of damage, too. But being able to 70% bonus on a limit means that her limits will most often hit for max. So we're entering the sewer at like a 3830, I think? 3840? 30840, excuse me. So we have a decent time here. Not enough to PB, but I don't really care that much. As long as it's like a sub 09 or sub 10. So we're just going to try and keep our nose to the grindstone and get through it. If we were seeing like an 07 or 06, we'd have PB on the table, but... for a marathon run, I would be ecstatic with this. Chapter 13, not too happy, but for the most part, I'm happy with this. Let's do this. We're in the sewers, so I need to scroll that up again. So we're going to be running into a lot of Saujins here, which have a lot of HP. But they don't stand up to a limit so good. So, bing bang bong, and he's dead. Enemies won't die until the final hit of the limit. So I go out of my way to use Synergy Thunder with Barrett and Fire with Cloud to finish that fight off as quickly as possible. Rather than just waiting out the limit. These enemies I don't need to bother with, so we're just going to zip on through. Oof, Barrett took a bit of a hit there. Excuse me? Excuse me! I don't know whose fault that was, me or the game's one. I need to heal up Barrett, but now's not the time. I don't need to worry about him dying. So we want to get around this corner to make sure my fire spell hits everything. Sure! That's what I get for being on the wrong character. I meant to switch to Tifa there, but I accidentally switched to Barret.
Worked up a good sweat.
This is the upside of having Binding Warding. I also have sleep immunity here and earlier in the game. So even if the worst case scenario happens, Tifa will not be put to sleep. Excuse me. I don't think I've ever been knocked out of that attack. Interesting. Well, whatever. It still buffered the movement the way I needed it to. I can heal up in the next alleyway, or the next hallway, when I'm trying to get,
I never got
Tifa.
what is it? Leslie will take me to where the boss room is, but he's gonna get his girlfriend's pendant stolen. He has no idea where his, I think, fiance actually. He has no idea where his fiance is, because,
This way. There should be a door with
Corneo just took her for himself. You know, that's why Leslie is helping us out, I'd say, for the most part. He says Andrea told us, but I think it's more of a personal grudge, and I don't believe he ever shares this information with us. The player sees it through a flashback, but I don't think he ever tells us specifically. Yeah.
If this is what you want.
So we're just gonna move over here with Tifa, so that Cloud spawns next to the door here, way through his ASAP. No, Leslie, no! Ugh. You want him to be on the left wall here. If he goes to the right wall like that, you're gonna have a hard time getting boost out of him. Okay, we want to top everybody off here. Cloud's the only one important here to trigger this cutscene. So we're gonna chase after the necklace here. Which means we're going to have to run into quite a few chunky monsters. And Abzu Shote is the one that stole it, which means this fight's going to be really hard to clear. But we'll get there when we get there. First, we got to deal with... Oh, that's wrong.
All set.
That's wrong, too. I'm not. Okay, that movement was bad, but we got through the fight, so...
Where the hell did that thing run off to?
Let's play the game. Dude. Tifa's on left, Barret's on right. Remember that. I think I fat fingered it down. Up and down also changes characters as well, but I usually use left and right. Slow, but whatever. For a lot of these fights, I need to make sure I'm at max MP so that my spells kill here. This room is pretty rough. Fire a Magnify can kill these guys, but not very consistently. So we'll just go with a Fire God. That will always get us through that room consistently.
That's a win.
So we're to the point where Cloud is going to need to start using tier 3 spells to clear fights consistently, which is fine because we still have the Magnify and MP Absorb combo on, which will give us enough to push through most of these fights. Okay, so Barret has taken some damage here. I will heal him up real quick because I will need him. Oh, don't you dare. Don't you dare. Oh. I can sometimes slide past the Shote in that corner, but because I kicked the crab a few times, I think it slowed up her movement. It's fine. Where is the crab down there? I want to know where the crab is. Where's the crab? Where's the crab? That's a really awful spot for the crab. Fire. Wanted that Fire to kill, so that's why I delayed it a little bit there. I can heal up this next hallway, so it's not that big of a deal. Barret has more magic, that's why I'm having him do the healing. He only needs the MP ups that I gave him for the previous chapter, so I'm not too worried about him right now. It makes it so that I can heal with him, get more healing, and I don't have to really ever worry about his MP. Because Cloud is the one doing a majority of the damage, whether it be through synergies or magnifies. This boss fight's really unique, where we kind of game magnifies, but I'll talk about that a little bit later. So shower, fire up, flurry, fire go. Excuse me, fire up. Okay, we want to hit this crate here for some MP. Oops. I'm gonna take a little bit longer to exit combat there because I was not in neutral combat stance.
Follow me.
You want to make sure you hit that crate, because if you don't, I won't go into the boss with max MP, which is a no-no. I gotta make sure Leslie gets up the ladder first here, because Tifa and Barret can interrupt his movement. If it's just him and Cloud, it's fine. Cloud won't really stop him, because as you can tell, he goes invisible, so it doesn't matter. Ugh. Alright. So there is another MP crate I can pick up, so I'll grab it. Like I said, I need to be at max. That 20% damage bonus is super useful. Super, super useful, so we want to make use of it. The beginning phase here, I get one of 3 attacks, either regular, ground pound, or bash and smash. We want to see either regular or ground pound. Both of those I can respond with a disorder, counter the first attack, and then follow up with a fire gut. If it's bash and smash, I have to interrupt it with fire, otherwise I'll be slapped around pretty heavily and have very few options otherwise. Unfortunately, Fire Magnify will really hamper my damage, so I may be able to one-shot phase 1, or I may do like almost no damage, you know, take a dip in the waters. So it is what it is. Ground pounded. Disorder. It's really gone. Now we're just guarding to reduce damage. Easy peasy. Ground pound and the regular attack are a lot more common, but I'd say it's like a 30% chance I get hit with by bash and smash, which is really bad. So I do that attack in between there so that the auto-targeting gets fixed. Because after I break the horn, the auto-targeting goes kind of wonky for a bit. I break the horn on purpose so the shotes gather around and go, "Are you dying yet?" So I get multiple hits off the fire. Magnify again. Fire gun, magnify. Wrong character, right character. We can kill a little bit earlier here if we do this right. But I just want to get Cloud next to the board if possible. Preferably not dead. Okay, we didn't die. Cool. Alright, that I got pushed over by them big dum-dums. No, you want to hold L1 here to head up. Instead, I tried to open the menu. Oops. Excuse me, wrap. Focus, wind, into Hero, Catastrophe, Thunder, and Summer Smolting. Let's go! So we're heading into the next chapter, so HP doesn't matter, MP doesn't matter. However, we could probably carry over the MP and still not have it be an issue here. The HP is a bit of an issue, but we could heal out of it, most likely. This is the one nice thing about being able to get our MP back. We can be a lot more aggressive in boss fights and not have to worry about keeping our MP topped off. It allows us to isolate each section and route that section accordingly, and then try and find our best way to link sections together without overly complicated menus. Or, if possible, find a way to just carry the equipment through. Unfortunately, we need some slight adjustments here. We're up against a lot of flying enemies that are going to be very bulky. Fire's not really a good choice because it has to fly to the target, then explode. And because there's a lot of environmental objects that can block fire spells, it's a little bit risky to do it up here. Not super, but it's enough. Meanwhile, wind will spawn on the target, then explode, so it means we're pretty much reliably going to hit everything. And not to mention, Valk used to be weak to lightning and wind in every category, but in hard, they actually stripped the lightning weakness. So we definitely have to go into that with wind.
Give it all you got. Let's go.
Sometimes Barret gets bullied pretty... anybody can get bullied pretty hard in that fight. I'll heal up Barret a bit later when I have more time. I really don't have enough time between these ladders. Alright, there's one Drake. Where the hell is the other one? Is it behind me again? Oh, I hate this.
Give it all you got.
Yep, that's super annoying. Okay, we did get the stagger though, that's good. Are you serious here? I didn't need to overcharge there, but whatever. Probably should have just cast Arrow. No, actually, if I cast Arrow, I probably would have had to use the MP crates to heal up. I need to make sure I go not into the next fight, but the fight after that with full MP, or else it'll be very hard to get consistent damage.
It's a miracle we haven't been killed.
The fight where we have to zip line up and then fall down in, the tube fight I call it, is incredibly difficult.
Try to amp
The enemies are very bulky, they move really rapidly, and if we don't deal with them immediately, the next wave of enemies can get on top of us really fast. So we need to make sure to deal with them as quickly as possible. So the movement in this fight is a lot tighter than most of the other ones. We're actually wanting to use Somersault here. We'll top off Barret because we can. We also want to top off Cloud. Okay, so the camera's going to get screwy here. You can save load to skip this fight pretty easily and do a bunch of air walking to skip most of this chapter. But we're doing glitchless, so we won't be doing that. It's probably the easiest out of bounds in the entire game. Okay. Okay. Bro. Excuse me. I just did that. This is why I was talking about it being very worrisome. Cloud can very easily get bullied. What? Okay. There's one still behind me? Oh, that was a bad idea. Oops. Okay, we're gonna have to build ATB here. ATB boost. We need to arrow. Arrow. I'll probably have to arrow this guy. We got that guy? Nice. Okay, that was a very good recovery. I think one of those troopers didn't get hit. Want to top Cloud off here if we can. I knew it would take more than one heal, so we will. We got to make sure we line up Cloud properly here, or else it'll make these zip lines take forever. Probably one of my bigger mistakes that I make very often. I'm going to arrow with Cloud here first to avoid any rolling. That's Aeroga. I'm very silly. Okay, luckily that's the only one left. So we'll just do it that way. I'll probably want to grab a crate in the next... Hello? Yeah, see what I mean? I didn't position him properly, so I screwed that up. Probably gonna want to grab a crate up on the ladder. Yeah, so... Really? Well, fine, whatever. We're looking for a Thunder Synergy there, so... I'm trying to heal in battle like a goober. Hello? Ladder? Thank you. I'm going to top everybody off here because I'm going to grab a crate at the top of the next ladder at the very peak of the building. So, it's worth just min-maxing here on the MP-wise. The other reason is I want to make sure that Cloud has enough MP here for the 20% bonus. It makes this fight a little bit more consistent. Luckily, I know where like all the MP crates are due to several, rounds of practice. Want to make sure Cloud's topped off here. If there's anybody that I don't want dying, it's 100% Cloud. Everybody else is negotiable. They're more usable in certain fights. Like Barret's Synergy is more useful in blast ray fights. But in the fight coming up ahead, the Thunder is mildly impactful, and that's about it. So we gotta be very careful. Rough. Grabbing that crate is a bit rough, probably loses me about 5 seconds. There's a more efficient one to get here, but it would require doing movement with Tifa, and she's already tied up doing the fight here. And I want to make sure that I have that 20% bonus coming into this fight. There's another one right before the Valk minigame as well, but once again, I need the 20% here, not later. So we're going to get it now. Or we got it now. Okay. Gonna take you all. I could turn around and grab the crate here pretty reliably. Okay, everything's dead. But yeah, I wanted max damage so that the arrow magnify there would hit the two dinguses behind me. That's usually the big issue that I have. So yeah, arrow will fire off so quickly that if I just fire it and don't lock onto the enemies, I'll just straight up whiff. So I need to make sure that I'm locked on for a lot of these too before I fire it off. There is a crate right there around the corner, but like I said, it's too late for it to be beneficial. Luckily, I already have max MP. I can skip this minigame if I do it right, but it's really hard. Thanks, Barret. Bonk. Okay, we got it. Nice. You gotta be careful going down the stairs here, too. If you run into the stairs aggressively, you'll most likely get caught by the bullets, and they'll keep stun locking you. So you really need to avoid that, too. Charge. Wind. Start a shower. Switch over to cloud. Somersault. Hero. AT boost. So we're going to get a lot of synergy thunders here as well. So we got to be careful with the inputs here to make sure that they all come out. Thundera, and we're good to go. It may look like I'm low MP here, but the next fight, I'll get all my MP back. It doesn't even matter if I go into Valk with full MP. I just got to make sure I go into the synergy. That's the important one. We're also going to somersault with Tifa here, not because she's actually going to hit anything, but just to make sure that she doesn't hit anything. Like I said, the Hella Troopers are the same as the Shock Troopers. They will very much dodge if they're being physically attacked. And because each one of Barrett's bullets is counted as a physical attack, even though it's physical range, it'll trigger that animation, which we really want to avoid. So a lot of the time, like, just standing on Barrett and guarding is enough. I didn't put him in the right spot! Talked about it the whole chapter and then immediately did it wrong like 3 different times. Oh, anyway. That's what it looks like if you're not a big goober like me. I didn't heal up Cloud because I'm going to eat the bullets here no matter what. Because it's 3 cycles of shooting, and if I fiddle around, it'll make the bullets take longer to fire. So we just eat them. Hero, charge, recharge it. Hero, start shower. Boost, overcharge, overcharge. Okay, we're good to go for now. So that first phase, a lot of arrow synergies cleans this guy's clock. We're going to need to use Arrow Duh, but since all of our spells besides Arrow are magnified, I'm going to have to tactically menu this one. We're going to use a Thunderga immediately to stun lock him, though. Huh. And the synergy plus overcharge will push the phase here. Nice crit. Holy shit, that was a lot of damage. 5,500? That had to be the top end of his crit range.
You ready?
This boss is gonna get nuked.
Keep it up. You're gonna feel this one.
Easy peasy. 33, 27, 30? Something like that? Nice. Got a pretty decent run here. I think it can PB, but still.
So they know what they're up against.
So we're gonna be heading into the garage here. This is RNG City. Depending on how the enemies move together or lack thereof, can make it that we just wipe them out with like one Thunderga or Arrowga Magnify. It could make it that we need to fire off a bazillion arrows. So hopefully we get the former rather than the latter. But I'm already planning on having to fire about 666 spells in here, so I'm not too worried about it.
You and your boss are all gonna answer for what you've done.
Uh-oh. That's the only guy left. Nice.
It's feeling like a proper party now.
Let's keep moving. Should be a service in
I'll wait here so that they land in the right spot. Okay, they're right on top of each other. Somersault kill. Nice. Arrowga doesn't always stagger there, but if it does, it's really nice. If it doesn't, it's expected. Left.
Time to get serious.
Nope. That was correct there. Probably should have cast Arrow there, but since I was already considering downgrading to Arrow, I just went with it. Thankfully, I selected Magnified instead. Spam arrows, we do. Is that it? That's it, nice. GG. That was a really good garage.
Come on, we need to move.
Yeah. Sub 330 entry? Sure, I'll take it. Cloud, you're up. What am I doing, Barry?
Corporate greed. One of these days I'm gonna tear it down and burn the rubble.
But not today.
Yeah.
Okay. Their pathfinding is super awkward, so I want to push them forward a little bit. I pushed him a little bit too much last time, and Barrett started running around in circles, so yeah, I'll just get one push. Save a little bit of time instead of risking wandering around the entry door. Hello? Thank you. Alright, so we have to do the hand over hand segment here, so I'm just going to take a standing break.
Okay, guys. Wish me luck.
This is the kind of game where you need to make sure that you have a standing break as much as possible. 4.5 hours. You got to make sure to stand up every now and again. Especially, definitely need to get in this habit if I'm going to run Final Fantasy 16, which is looking to be 10 hours minimum. But we'll see once it actually gets a proper route and everything. People think that the Final Fantasy mode may be quicker, but who knows?
Are you okay?
It might be a bit quicker because, like, the start probably you can get through fights a little bit quicker, probably save like 10, maybe 30 minutes, by just having all the icons immediately. Once you get to the third icon, you have enough DPS to get through most things besides bosses fairly fast.
Hand over hand, huh?
So a lot of these areas, it's a little bit easier to do these movements with the camera instead of with a left thumbstick. Okay, sure. That's not what I wanted to do, but whatever. Because there's a little bit of delay when you switch the thumbstick. Tifa will kind of stop what she's doing and then turn. Fudge. So if we, like, pre-game the camera... You serious? Alright. Oh, I'm screwing everything up here. I need to get a little bit more careful with my camera work, or else I'm gonna mess everything up. What are you doing? Keep going. You. Oh, awful segment. It's not really that bad casually, but like, my brain's apparently on slow mode today.
Just need to make it over there.
Limiting the amount of data I can send per minute. DPM. Similar to DPS. Pretty good. We're at 3... We left the garage at sub 3:30 recording time, so
Just need to get across those
I'm happy with it. It's like just barely below 3:30 though. But any day I get out of the garage under 3.5 hours is a good day. So we got to do a couple of fights on the elevator. It's about 30 seconds to clear the elevator, 7.5 to clear the stairs, so strap in. We go to skip the cutscene as Tifa's falling through. If we do it after she falls through the hole, it should be a pretty good visual cue to make sure that you skip it at the right time. So yeah, we only have a couple of fights here. They're pretty straightforward, and they're guaranteed, unlike the PS1 version. So it saves a lot of time to take the elevator over the stairs. We're not going to do anything with Cloud here to make sure that he gets a quick combat exit.
That's the way
I'll lose some time anyway, because I gotta wait for the button to activate. Okay. Alright. Normally I have to braver that other guy, but Tifa sucked him in early enough that Star Shower was good enough. Very inconsistent with the Star Shower damage there. Alright. 3 hours, 34 minutes.
You must be
change. I'll take it.
By the exit there biome, and now
Why is this whole...
So, I've had to grind through the end game here a fair few times. I'm not going to claim that I can, like, gold these segments. Not even close. But, theoretically, this should be the area that I'll make the least mistakes in, but I can't guarantee much. I did practice the hell out of Whispers and Sephiroth while I was, like, hanging out with a friend over the course of, like, 2 nights. And if I can't do them while I'm completely focused, when I was doing them half awake and half focused, I don't think I'm long for the world. I'm not the speedrunner I thought I was. So I got a couple of cutscenes to skip here and a pee break. So I'm gonna do that.
I think I just threw up a little.
Man thinks very highly of himself.
Right.
Everybody, how's the grand tour? I hope you're all enjoying yourselves. Wasn't it fun to learn about Shinra and our esteemed president? And to get a peek at the president's mementos? That was super cool. Now, moving along. The next exhibit will teach you about the important work we do here. By giving you a closer look at each of our divisions.
Closer look, my foot.
I hope you're ready to be amazed, because you simply won't believe all the exciting adventures we have here.
Let me out.
These all
Let
look
me
so
out.
familiar.
Because we've destroyed a bunch of them already.
Impressive, wasn't it? I hope you enjoyed learning about our divisions and the wonderful ideas and solutions that are produced to benefit us all. Here at Shinra, we strive to ensure the safety of all residents around the clock.
Impossible. I think. Ugh. Even if this isn't a PB, I think it'll be PB blindfolded for sure. Ugh. Alright. To adjust. Wall.
The next exhibit
Valve
will teach you
garage
about
already
the
got
miracle
swapped.
of Mako
Thank you.
energy and our reactors, as well as the city of Midgar itself. So come on.
I kinda hate skipping this next cutscene because it looks so good. There's only a few cutscenes in this game that I really don't like skipping, but
Congratulations.
they're so long that you kind of have to. But damn, some of these cutscenes look really good for PS4 games. And some of them are really emotionally powerful in general.
Please relax and enjoy the show.
But that cutscene right there looks so good. Thank you.
Congratulations. Your mission next. Please make your...
What the?
Okay. So we have to go talk to the president here. I gotta make sure I don't talk to his aide. Of note, his aide is the one that sells the EKG cannon. Though the game doesn't really clarify that. He says he's selling info for like 10,000 or something like that. So I mean, I was like, fuck that, I don't need info, I know what I'm doing. I missed out on EKG cannon the first time through. Purple Pain is also in that hand-over-hand segment earlier for Tifa. That's what gets her True Strike. Purple Pain's really good. I think there's a few other hidden ones. Like, you get Bladed Staff from Eligor if you steal, but Bladed Staff is Aerith's physical weapon, and literally everything she does is magic-based, unless you have Bladed Staff on, which already has bad physical. And makes it so that, like, when you hit an enemy, it actually does some damage, but, the only cool thing about the Bladed Staff, I think, is Luminous Shield? Lustrous Shield? Whatever. It'll block incoming projectiles. It's actually pretty decent. I don't use it myself, but it's a good move.
The hell's that?
Combat sim.
So here we're just gonna spam some wind spells on these stupid
That's right.
cutters, I think. The cutters themselves are not gonna be in hard mode though. There's only two settings in the VR chamber here, easy and normal. So we're not gonna really sweat it, and we're just gonna use easy mode because there's no hard selection. Everywhere else there's one, but not here. We're gonna ATB boost and then arrow twice here and get through it. Easy peasy. Excuse me. I got greedy there. I used arrow first and then Aurora. And I should have known better. I should have gone with Era first. I should have used Era on both, actually.
Let's keep it up.
Lost myself a second there being silly about it. Could have been done in 07. Barrett? Barrett! That door takes a while to open, and if Barrett or Tifa both get stuck, one or the other gets stuck outside, they'll open the door much sooner than you can. So it saves a fair bit of time, to be honest, a couple of seconds. Alright, so we're heading into the endgame proper. We'll have one boss and a couple of fights before we get into the final dungeon. So now is your final chance to get any sort of donations in towards Rufus or Weiss. Vsauce, B3, Hehe Productions.
That's right.
Okay, what?
You only get one
What?
chance.
Okay.
Hojo
Yeah.
board meetings.
We're gonna make a slight change after the
That's right.
bathroom vent excursion here. The checkpoint is actually when you start Specimen and after you come out of the vents. One of the things that you should make sure to do if you want to speedrun this with hard mode, if you're going to make any extravagant materia changes and there's any sort of chance of you equipping the wrong one or overwriting a weapon that has very specific setup with the wrong stuff that you would have to drag it back out, make sure you do it before a checkpoint so that you can rewrite your equipment pretty easily by just reloading the checkpoint. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to wait until after we get out of the bathroom vent, and then I'm going to do the menu. So that I should have the right equipment before Specimen. But if I did it at Specimen, I'd have to reset from before the fight, then do the menu, then do the boss. So if I do it here, I should be able to reset. Because what I'm going to do is I'm going to change Lightning over to Wind, but I'm also going to change into Iron Blade and put Reinforce on Aerith, and then put Mithril back on. And what that do is it'll have the very specific setup for self-destruct on Iron Blade, and if I overwrite that, that's going to be a huge pain in the ass. And if I overwrite Reinforced, it's going to be another big pain in the butt because what I'm doing is I'm deleting a bunch of green magic materia that I'm not going to use anymore for the rest of the game, adding in like an MP up, HP up, steadfast blocks, stuff like that. Utility purple materia that will serve me a lot better in the end game. The magic starts to fall off because about mid-game, they expect you to be maxed out anyway. For the most part, you'll have enough weapon points to max out all your stats on them and most of the good abilities plus the materia. Most of your materia will be mastered by that point, and you're almost always going to be at level 50 by the time you hit, like, Chapter 7. Even if you didn't level up beforehand. The only thing they can't account for is whether you have, like, God or Dumb Realm. Stuff that you would get from the VR chamber, because some people don't know that there's a new VR chamber that pops up in Chapter 17 after you've cleared the game. So they don't know to go there immediately and get most of that stuff. Because there are a lot of good items you can get out of it, specifically the God or Dumb Run from Top Secrets. And you can get another, too, if you have the Yuffie DLC from the Weiss Secret Boss fight.
This it?
Or Vis. I think it's Vis because it's supposed to be Silent Eye, right? This. I gotta look it up on Google and hear how they pronounce it, so I will stop pronouncing it wrong. Oh yeah, actually, menu. Iron Blade, no. No. Yes, and then we want to go into our equipment. Oops. Thundera, Blade SD, Triple Ascend, True, and Magnify, and Thunder. Okay. So we're pre-gaming some of our equipment for later segments. True Strike really won't come up here too much. True Strike would be preferable over Star Shower in a lot of situations because it just hits harder and faster. But without Fury Ring on, it usually doesn't throw out enough damage, unfortunately. Maybe if I Unbridled Strength into Omni Strike it would work, but there's a couple of different things wrong with that. So right now, Specimen is a very obnoxious boss. We're going to have a bunch of eyeballs in here, and we can't take advantage of them to leverage Magnify hits like we could in the previous fight. At least not reliably. So with this fight, we're going to self-destruct phase 1 and tank a hit on purpose so that we can get a level 2 limit, not a level 1. So we're going to self-destruct phase 1, do a very specific combo, but the problem is we can get interrupted by fire and ice. So the first phase is where a majority of the RNG lies. Luckily, it'll allow us to reset pretty quickly, but it's not preferable to reset here. Okay, break it is. That's wrong. 1, 2. Into a burst. Hey! Almost got punished there. Yeah, Fire and thunder can easily interrupt your self-destruct there, so if I hadn't rolled before I did that, I'd have been absolutely, positively boned. We have to do that very specific combo if we get raked. Otherwise, we can get Noxious Expulsion, which is a bit quicker, but it is what it is. Where's Tifa? That's annoying. Oh, that's... that's super annoying. I should uppercut first. It's not worth the risk. I'm gonna have to stay on Tifa for a bit here. That's... okay, Tifa Sarge. I need her somersault. That's wrong. This is gonna be really rough. Oh, thank God, Barret soloed. Holy crap. That could have been really rough. Alright, we need to... wrong weapon, Mithril, got our Dummerung. Alright. Okay. Here we go. Oh, that's pretty bad. Okay, we're okay still, thankfully. I almost got punished really hard there. Ended up not getting punished. Super lucky. I should have been punished extremely hard for both Specimen and those two fights. The last one I played very risky. I accidentally True Striked instead of Star Shower. You need Star Shower to group them together, so Ergo Magnify hits both of them consistently. In Specimen, you want to start with a Star Shower in the final phase, and then a Somersault. Those will both go off quickly enough that Berserk won't run out, but because I got Rake in Phase 1, the Phase 1 to Phase 2 transition was delayed by quite a bit, so I was very close. I also made a mistake of casting Thundaga with Barret, and Specimen is greatly resistant to it, so it did almost no damage. In that case, you want to cast Blizzaga if you do need to cast something. So that went about as wrong as it could have without me actually dying. Very dicey. Very, very dicey. Normally you kill him by the end of that Noxious Expulsion in Phase 3. But it is what it is. Mash, mash, skip. We are still alive, we got through it, and we didn't die. A little bit shook in there, if you couldn't tell by the menu at the end. I definitely was not ready for that. Because normally you can get Star Shower started before, but Tifa got knocked back before she was going to start it, luckily. So that was pretty rough. But we made it through.
Was it this way?
Yes.
The rest of the stuff I have practiced somewhat recently, so hopefully we won't make too many silly mistakes. We got a couple of failed experiments here. They're weak to ice, but they're weak enough that we can just one-shot them with wind spells. We don't want to do anything with Aerith just yet. We want to attack with Tifa there if we can, because then Cloud will be in a neutral stance and combat will end immediately. There's a lot of times where we optimize around killing stuff with somebody other than Cloud if we can avoid it.
Hell is this place?
That could have been pretty annoying.
Hojo's treasure.
That is the wrong corner. Hello?
What I wouldn't give to
Nice movement, Ding Dong.
But we need to get to the roof.
Probably should heal up Cloud here. It's too late now. Well, just don't get hit, forehead.
Better hurry.
Oh. Interesting. Cloud can't heal himself at this point, so I just have to not get hit, forehead. That was a bad choice to make. Next, I'm probably going to lose this run to that, aren't I? Wouldn't be the first time. Well, it wouldn't be the first time I've lost a run to a bad choice of not healing. There's really no reason not to.
But doable.
The reason would be to maintain higher MP on Tifa. but there's plenty of crates to grab with her, so that's a really shitty decision. And she doesn't need max MP for crits or damage bonuses or anything. She's just going to be doing, like, status ailments and stuff, healing and stuff like that. Okay. Oh, here. Fine, I didn't get punished too hard here. Nice. Those failed experiments can leap at you sometimes, just like they did in the fight on the upper floor. And it can cost you another 1,000 hit points. I should be fine here, because I can heal up with Barret after this fight. As a matter of fact, I want to heal up with Barret after this fight, because he often gets in Red's way. So, lagging him behind with a cure is actually extremely beneficial there. So, it is what it is. We want to be heading into Shinra's office at like 408, 407. 410 means we can be under estimate, but it's not going to be a good run. Anywhere like 407 or 08 means we can PvE. But it requires me to play well and not make mistakes. We want to arrow this further enemy here to break the barrier, and the other one will become weak to physical, so we want to use some catastrophe. Arrow on you, catastrophe you, and then we're going to come across the room, and let's go. Okay, that guy is not getting hit by that? Interesting. Okay, HP boost. Thundera. That's perfect, actually. That's unfortunate. Whatever. I accidentally switched stances there. I should have just chained two back-to-back. I didn't realize my ATB was so bad that I wouldn't be able to Thundera right after that. That's very unfortunate. Not a huge time loss, just a really silly one that could have been easily avoided by just not mashing buttons. It's one of the things you gotta learn in this game. You need to, like, make your inputs, make them decisive, and be sure of your inputs. Trust yourself. And then know when not to trust something. Specifically, like when the game is giving you a really bad pattern or something. You need to think on your feet and react appropriately. So there would be several pretty big menus here to get everybody set up optimally. We will be switching to Aerith and Tifa here. There won't be any combat, so we're not going to bother setting them up just yet. It'll make the next fight a little bit easier, too, that we don't have to bother setting them up just now. But we definitely need Lightning MP Absorb on Cloud and Wind Magnify to clear out these fights. You could have anything magnified, but Wind Magnify is fine. Ice Magnify is probably better, but I use Wind because I carry it over from Chapter 15. Lightning is 100% required, though, because of the Sledge Worms and the Blast Rays here, you're going to struggle to do enough, and Moth units as well. You're going to struggle to do enough damage against them without some form of lightning or another. The characters don't really have any innate elemental alignment. Unlike Yuffie, who can have her ninjutsu, nobody else has that, so we have to find a source of lightning, and the only way to get, or source of thunder, and the only way to get there is a lightning materia, so we absolutely need that on Cloud and Aerith to get through these fights quickly. We will be switching out his sword later and using an enemy skill, Lightning Magnify, or Lightning MP Absorb setup, or Elemental setup. That's going to be specifically on Mithril Blade to boost our damage. That way we don't have to juggle magic up quite as much. It'll let us get away with a lot of stuff we probably shouldn't be able to get away with. And it'll also speed up the fights a little bit because Cloud will recover from dying quicker. That into Aragon on you. I could tell the way they were sitting, Aragon was going to multi-hit for sure. So Blast Rays are really obnoxious. The game doesn't really explain them very well to you. Blast Rays don't stagger by conventional stagger means. Their bar does fill up, but that isn't actually what staggers them. Physical, or HP damage is what causes them to stagger. Normally there's 3 different damage values. Your base damage value, then it goes through whatever multipliers. your stagger value, which is when you're attacking an enemy that isn't pressured, and then your stagger value when an enemy is pressured. The stagger value when an enemy is pressured is obviously a lot higher, but right there, blast ray stagger off damage taken, not off actual like stagger values. Let's see, mythical, no, yes, Goddard Dummerone, yep, and then we want to set you up. Magic, first, magnify and wind, no shortcuts. Let's go. So we have the best dream team right here, Tifa and Aerith. We'll be showing them off a little bit later against Weiss. Because I figured a 3v1 is a little bit too unfair at Weiss. Honestly, 3v1 is pretty boring. You just end up using Aerith and Cloud to juggle him with magic. And then Tifa just rolls up in there and sucker punches the garbage. Just sucker punches the ever-living daylights out of him. But instead, we're going to have some interesting fight. God of Numbering doesn't function properly in that fight. The game says it doesn't work at all, but it actually does. Recharges your limit at the same rate and starts you with 500 ATB, or half your limit instead of a full limit, so it actually lies. God of Numbering does function in that fight, just not fully. Okay, what do we got? 3 for 3? That's unfortunate. Want to get a stagger here. Here we go. Then I can spam all I want from here. Just the one guy left? Just the one left. Okay. Wait for him to get flung, and then Tifa will just true strike. A little bit of saving MP there, a little bit of making sure that Tifa or Aerith is at the exit point so that I can warp Tifa over. A little bit of column A, a little bit of column B. We're going to reach a point here where I'm really, really conservative with Aerith's MP. I shouldn't be, but I am. It is... Oh, that's super annoying. Not because the ZNA was trying to hit Aerith. The reason I was in that corner was actually because I wanted Tifa to kill the ZNA far enough away from Aerith that it would just warp her to Aerith. And then that would mean she would just skip the animation of landing. Yeah. I grabbed that for full damage on Aeroguy here. You don't necessarily have to grab that crate, but I don't trust that I'll get my full MP back on the missile turrets. So we'll see what happens. We're going to turn around and somersault the ZNA behind us, and then Aeroguy the one in front of us. If we get lucky, somersault will hit both. GG, no read. But that's not very consistent. What happened? No, 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 no. That is inappropriate. You might actually get both of them. Okay. Okie dokie. That was... Why did somersault hit and not kill them? What? Okay,
Is this really the exit?
I should have switched to Tifa, moved to the door, and soul drained with Aerith there. Yeah, that would have been the right play. Yeah, whatever. It is what it is.
Come on, really?
Thunder, this guy. Thunder, that guy.
We'll make it quick.
Soul drain. Soul drain. I can heal up Aerith, but Aerith and Tifa both have Bloodsucker at this point, so everything they kill gives 5% of their max HP back. And they're not really in the danger range of dying to anything, so in the next couple of fights they'll top back off on their own. There's a couple of sledge worms I gotta deal with, a pair of the ejected units from the center, whatever the hell they're called, that eject out of the magic tech armor. Those are resistant to magic but weak to physical, so we'll use Aerith to level them together and kill them with Tifa, and then the rest of them will just spam magnified wind spells. Alright, so we do have a menu coming up here. This is the one I was talking about with Nailbat. This is another situation where I'm making sure to activate the checkpoint first, just in case I screw something up, so that I can quickly and efficiently fix my menus. Okay, calm down. Magic, first, and first into a disorder, and we go. Disorder is based and red-pilled, or whatever the fuck it is people say nowadays. It hits fairly quickly. Its damage isn't super great, but it refunds ATB when it lands. It also switches you into the Punisher stance really quick for high damage. And if you hit multiple enemies with Disorder, you can refund more ATB than intended. But Disorder into Berserk is incredibly potent because of the Synergy ability. We've been using it a lot, we'll use it a little bit more later, but for right now, we want to just use Triple Slash. I find it's a lot easier and more consistent here. I shouldn't be doing that. That's why you don't let the AI self-destruct, because it does silly stuff like that. It's like, no, I have to be right next to you. We're gonna wait till Barrett starts talking here, and then mash this out. He normally will try to overcharge the window here, but I can cancel it with a cure. I don't know if this actually does anything, but what are you gonna do?
You should know this class is bulletproof. No discernible changes after contact.
I have been playing around with the idea of grabbing 2 sets of MP crates here, but I think I'm gonna go back to doing 1. It would get me at full MP, so I'd get a 20% damage bonus on the sledge worms. But Barrett's Synergy should still kill. I guess I'm getting both, because I kind of went out of my way for it. Oops. Bonehead. Well, it is what it is. Thunder. HP boost.
Always do.
And... Alright, Barrett, I need you to not do that. I want to look at the window here to start the cutscene immediately.
I never grow tired of watching my toys be broken, no matter how many times I've seen it happen.
Alright, we want to top Cloud off here because we're not planning on self-destructing in the next fight. Though we can self-destruct, just not in the way that not intentionally. The sledge worms here are pretty hard to deal with. We're going to do a really specific combo to take care of the one right next to us. And then that should put me in a position where I can just spam Thunderous to clear the rest out. Into thrust. Thunder up first, then after. Okay, nice. Excuse me? That was a really bad damage range. Wow. I had 2 really awful damage ranges there. Did I not equip magics? I'm actually... Okay. Interesting. I have no idea what happened. Alright. Oh, fair enough. Yeah, not having a Fury Ring could definitely... The issue was is the first one, Cloud did one-shot with a full MP Thunder. That's what really threw me off. Survived with a sliver of health. The second one, it was just compounding factors of, like, making me paranoid. We're gonna guard here for a little bit, then go to the outer ring, so they all get sucked into the middle here. Boost. Thunder up. I need to... I have to rework this room, because I'm not doing it properly. Maybe it's better to hit some of the other ones, then switch to H, so I can get 3 hits on a finisher, which should top me off, plus ATB boost. I never really thought I was going to have to work on that room once I came to the conclusion that Catastrophe was the play there, but I guess there is some other routing options that I need to take into consideration. Maybe I target I and then spin, then I'll hit 2 or 3 of them every time.
Please.
I guess I get ATB boost immediately, attack, and then roll to the other side of the room. Yeah, the problem is Barrett struggles to do damage literally everywhere. And even with the right setup, sometimes he's just not enough, unfortunately. And that's what happened in that room, that's why I got spooked. Cloud did incredibly low damage despite having max MP. And then the second one is, like, expected because of Goddard Gummerung. The Goddard damage, losing out on that 30% Fury Ring bonus is very big. But the thing is, Goddard Gummerung is very good for the Brain Pan fight, so I just put it on ahead of time, rather than doing an additional menu for it. I guess no, I can't really think of any reason to delay the menu. Whatever. We need to do a little bit more here, so we go into... Hello? Got it for you. We need down, down. First strike, magic, magic. Synergy for ice, ice for first. Okay, now I need to switch over to her and thunder immediately.
I don't want any trouble. All set. You jittery? Too bright?
Okay.
Worked up a good sweat.
I really wish you wouldn't. Let me enjoy the ride. You jittery? And we're safe.
If he stays here, I'm gonna... No, I'm not gonna bother true striking. I really shouldn't.
Sorry for the wait. Now, let's get this over with. One more shot.
Okay, that should be fine. Let's get the MP while we can. Okay. Yeah, this is what I was talking about, though. You see everybody's HP is up, but I haven't cast Cure once. That's because we clear out enough enemies that we very easily, refund like 20-30% HP. You don't necessarily have to be that tight with Tifa's curing a bit, Tifa's heals. You just need to make sure that when you cast them, like, you're at a standstill like this, where it's beneficial. So that you're not losing time to Tifa holding still while nothing's going on. Or while you need to be moving, rather. Sword Pete is the next boss, and, unfortunately for Sword Pete, he isn't a boss. Not outside of casual runs, anyway. He is a glorified mini-boss at best. He's even so simple that we can manage to get away with doing him with First Strike on one party and not on Barret or Cloud. Cloud can jump in, or attack into his saw blades and reliably get a Punisher counter off of it, which should fix up his ATB from there. And then you can ATB boost into self-destruct. And Barret can overcharge to get most, if not enough ATB to Thundaga. If your ATB is a little bit short, you want to delay and use Thundera instead after you build it up. I do need to use Thundaga because his damage is a little bit rangy without it. So if I can get Thundaga started immediately, I will. If I can't, then I use Thundera because Livewire can interrupt Thundaga. Put Barret to 1 HP, and you'll have no way to kill. So you'll end up having to reset the fight. It's a really silly mistake. So Thundera is a bit quicker, but if you have the ATB to cast Thundaga immediately, you want to. Also, you need to make sure that you don't switch characters too quickly here.
Yes, sir.
Because you can make it so that the game considers it that the AI did the Punisher counter, which will heavily nerf the damage and the ATB building. So you need to make sure you're still on Cloud when he starts the attack up for the Punisher counter. Then we're going to True Strike in the mouth for Tifa. That'll get a Synergy Thunder, and then from there I'll roll out and use a limit. Excuse me. Nice. Charge. ATB boost. Okay. Okay. Okay, good. Nice. That's a little bit delayed, but whatever. I used Soul Drain there. Wait. She didn't even hit with Soul Drain. That Soul Drain is wasted because it never makes contact, does it? If I do it right, anyway. Interesting. I never noticed that until now.
I think it might be locked from this
Maybe it's
side.
because I had to redo it because she was already in the... whatever. Hard Edge, Sonic, Metal. Hard Edge, no. Sonic, no. Yes. Then do the menu. This, that, Ice, this into, Blizzra, and Berserk. Dolphin, Dive. Dolphin, Demag. Thundaga, I believe. Yes, and Blizzra. Okay. Self Tifa, that's fine. And we'll Cure God Cloud on the next floor. That was a really good cutscene skip. Pretty rough.
What the hell?
Looking at a 409XX right now. Pretty good for a marathon attempt. So I'm not going to complain. PB's off the table, I'm 100% certain, but sub-estimate's still there. That's all I wanted right now.
So what's above this floor.
Alright.
The president's office, and then the roof.
Alright, let's go.
Wait, once we get in...
We're ready.
Huh? The elevator, but now's the time for any unfinished business.
410 elevator, just scrolled over. It is what it is. Not a PB, but this would be a damn good marathon run. Well, assuming I don't throw. I really like to finish this game without any throws. I don't care if I get weird RNG. Don't say that. Tifa's gonna have like, oh no, I just say it out loud. Genova's a bullshit boss, and we really need Tifa to have some ATV here. And I've said like, I've already like hinted at it like 3 different times, so it's probably gonna be bad. Not much I can do about it other than switch to her punch and hope she gets in on the fight.
Help me.
Well.
Pull me up.
That's good enough, actually. Berserk into self-haste.
I got your number.
Flurry. Huh? Oh, I didn't. I keep forgetting that thing I can do. There we go. Excuse me. Whatever. It's really bad ATV building, though. Very frustrating. Cover stance. Wrong character. Fist. This. Star Shower. Braver. Switch over. Okay. Got through it. That's fine. Cloud's HP may be looking a bit scuffed here, but we're going to be killing most of the tentacles with him. And he's going to get Bloodsucker as well here, so good to go. That's incorrect, but whatever. Make this work. Okay, that's very annoying. Speaking of which, we'll make sure that this isn't a problem. What? Okay, that I'm lucky that was a crit. Okay, unbridled strength. Okay, we want to take that on purpose. Berserk in, True Strike. Thunder up. Tempest in. Let's go. Alright. Pretty much perfect. Shouldn't need the limit here, but I do have access to it if I need. And we have half of our resist left. Nice. Okay, you suck. Okay. Not the best finish, but whatever. Big Bertha, yes. Goddard Dummerung, yes. And then we need to go into this for our focus thrust. Let me double check my HP values. Okay, we're good.
Everyone okay?
No.
Sorry. got my number?
Not at all. You're making me sweat. Good thing I came prepared.
Now it's just the two of us.
Let's make it a night to remember. Yeah, don't get cocky.
Okay, we're good to go. Okay, on to Arsenal. Tempest, that probably is gonna fuck everything up. Oh god, it barely didn't. I am fucking shocked. I thought Tempest was gonna hit the wall again. Okay. Want to Thunder Laser here. Alright, Garrett, I believe in you, buddy. Nice. Alright, we're good enough? Good enough. Alright, Thundera on circle, Blizzara on square. Let's go, 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 go.
You jittery?
Double Tempest. Once. Twice. Thundera. Let's go. Tempest stagger. Let's go.
How shocking! That'll do.
Poke.
We'll make it quick.
Thundera.
You jittery?
Any ideas?
Cover behind the breach.
Oh shit, okay, I should have done it the other way around. Good job, Red. Blocking the camera. Good doggo. The most important person in the room. Ironblade, LMG, Mithril the Metal, got our Dummerung. Okay. Skip the white minigame. HP up, magic. Elemental for wind. Okay. Gotta wait. And you takes a while here. HP up. This, then we want this for that. Ironblade, no. LMG, no. Mithril, no. Metal, yes. Into Goddard Dummerung. And then we want to swap this out so that I don't have any issues with casting her spells. That's the wrong thing. SD. Blade Burst. Let's go. So it looks like it'd be a 419 portal, something like that. So we're just under 419. It's 418XX. 41830, I think. 418. So yeah, it'll be about 419, give or take 10 seconds. I'm not sure how much time I stalled before I started the recording. 41858. Will the practice pay off, or will I immediately fuck this up? Let's find out.
Let's be smart.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Final boss begins. Or it doesn't. Who the hell knows? The other day when I was practicing, Cloud like landed on that last platform like half off of it. I was like, did I find another soft block? I don't want another soft block. Please don't tell me there's another soft block.
Wouldn't go that far.
Ugh.
So okay. That's a whisper too, huh?
Looks a lot more like an arbiter of fate than the others.
We can beat them.
It's the practice pay. risky. Okay, you got it through anyway, nice. Are you shitting me? Oh my god, that's bad. That's super, super bad. Barrett. Here we go. Think this is enough ATB? It should be if I attack then guard like I should normally. Worst comes to worst, I'm locking onto yellow anyway, so I can slap him a couple of times if I have to build more. As long as red doesn't interrupt me, that's the only thing I'm concerned about. It's pretty tight ATB. I'm not super happy about this, but there's not much I can do about it. Just gotta roll with the punches here and pray I don't over attack to the point where it triggers the frickin' delayed version. Boom. Cheat trap into Rise Cloud. Nice whiff, as usual. I'm gonna get hit by that, aren't I? Or not. Okay. That Kiriga was last second Kino, though. Without that, I would have died. Alright, I gotta be careful with who gets what now. I can't be shooken. Shaken, not stirred. Alright, we're gonna let Dolphin Flurry do its job here. The Spirit got a lot of extra points for that Kiriga, and I don't want to risk anything. Excuse me. Charge. I think I only need the one recharge anyway.
Did we do it?
Hang on! Eric!
I'm gonna piss myself. That's how. Ooh. 420, just under 423. Interesting. 430. I don't think it's gonna happen. I don't think the next phase. I don't think the next couple of phases are under 6 minutes.
A glimpse of tomorrow.
Yeah. Hopefully I take advantage of it rather than freak out like I normally do. That'd be super Kino right now if this, if I get a one shot here. I didn't waste my ATB like I normally do. Be a really good time to see some payout. Though with my luck, I'll probably get Eriga, which will fuck everything up, and then I'll have to do like the SD revive combo bullshit.
Stop these things.
Well, the big one is.
Hey, Wolverine.
However, these guys are right here.
Let's go to the other side. Judgment, perfect. Perfect! Do I blade burst here? Yeah, I do.
Enough of you.
Ultimate RNG for the ultimate asshole. I actually didn't freak out this time, so I took full advantage of it.
We still got a job to do.
Get a little bit of ATB here. Never hurt nobody. I'm still gonna go for the spin here because I've actually been timing the stance change instead of just mashing it, which is what's been getting my skull caved in. So if I wait, I'll always get hit during the transfer stance rather than that one like 3-frame window where the fuck it is in between stances. See you at Sephi, Barrett. Oh, fuck you, Wolverine. I thought we were friends! We're not! We're enemies! You're running on PC, right, Wolvie? I'll have to look at your PV again, because then, like, the time is a little bit fucky if you're on PC, because you get load removes, so, like, every single load you save, like, a second or two on a PS5 run. Wonderful. Maybe I'll count the load screens to see how much time it would save. Even if I say it's like a second per. Shut up and focus, dumbass. As usual. Here we go. Tifa's HP is good here, too. Yeah, we got the 2-hit combo. Payout, 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 payout! House always wins my ass! 426 Bahamut? Sure. Wait for the targeting to stop up. To ascend. Okay, good. Fuck this stuff. Oh, this is gonna be super annoying. I kind of want to dive cog kick here, but I'm not going to. Alright, where are you at, Red? And turn back around. Oh my god, that movement was so wonky. That almost threw me off. Not again! Dude, Yellow eat shit. I hate this guy. Whatever, at least they're not in a position where my combo hits them. Some extra hits in there, why not? I'm very tempted to switch to going the blue one so that he can't stun Tifa, so that she doesn't miss her stagger, but I'm not sure just yet. Because I've had the lightning one stun her out of Star Shower a few different times, and I'm not really happy about it. ATV is going to be back on the next one. It's fine. That's not really... Now for the actual demon. Looking at like a 28 exit, I think. Maybe a little bit less. I need to make... No, Tifa's not going to do anything here, so her ATV is fine. She's got enough for Thunder, so I need Thundera, which is on... Yes. ATV boost. Excuse me, ATV boost. Oops. Just in case. Okay, good. 28 shot there. Nice, nice. Yeah, for a marathon run, I'm super stoked with this. Oh my god, she's dead! Why being scammed? I was preventing fate, but I'm enabling it! See you later, asshole. See you later, asshole, into another asshole. Sword, menu, magic, ice, and first. Oh my god, this ATV is dog shit. Fuck me.
Let's do this. This won't take long.
Oh my god, I hate that so much.
That'll do. This won't take long.
I'm probably not gonna get my Braver here. I'm gonna have to wait.
Chill.
Wait.
You're mine.
I'm gonna take the counter stance here instead, because my HP is actual dog shit. I think doing the 2 hits is not gonna be worth it. I swear to God, Aerith, I just need you to thank you. That's literally the only thing I needed today.
Need some help?
Don't know about me. Good to go?
You know it.
Alright, TV, you got it.
I got this.
Let's do this.
What? Whoa, 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 wait a minute. It's because I changed too early? That's super toxic. Well, whatever, it boosted my limit anyway. Yeah, not optimal, but it works, I guess.
Get ready.
Let's get this over with.
Okay. If I get at least some of this stagger, I'll get the limit no matter what. Because I got slapped in the face before that and Punisher counter. I can't believe the Punisher counter can be put in input too fucking early. Holy shit. It's the first time I've gotten punished for using the Punisher counter, actually. Oh, please don't let this be fire. Please don't let this be fire. I got it once yesterday in like 6 hours of practice. I can't take fire. I honestly can't. It's gonna be fire. I see it. I see it in his eyes. Right. Thank you. Lightning infusion. So arrow. Into arrow. What am I doing here? That's incorrect. Whatever. He got the limit. That's all that matters. A little bit slow, but whatever. Wait a minute. That's not good. Oh! Oh, I should have gone double braver. I knew it. I fucking knew it! So, 431 XX. And not a PB. What a shocker. Good enough, though. Shower. Start shower. It's a 431, probably 3130. Let me stop the. Whoa! I'm not gonna stop the recording yet because I'm gonna do Weiss after this. But I'm gonna let this last cutscene play out, and we'll talk over it, and then we'll do the Weiss fight. So I'm gonna go use the bathroom real quick, and I'll be right back. Hopefully I get a good Weiss, and I don't look like a complete clown.
Careful now. That which lies ahead does not yet exist. Our world will become a part of it one day, but I will not end.
Yo, it's the edge of Imara. Alright, we're gonna do Weiss after this. So let me get a second here. I'm gonna see if there's somebody to raid while I'm waiting to set things up.
Cloud.
Who do we have? Who do we have? How do we? Nope, nope, nope.
Let us
as much as I like QTE6, that doesn't fit. I want to raid people that are doing something similar. Not really, no. That would be major spoilers. I don't. I think we can do this. Yeah. Do I wanna? What do you guys want? Final Fantasy VI, or do you want Final Fantasy 15? Let me know. Then we'll raid depending on that. So I do have a Final Fantasy VI runner, but 15's a little bit closer to what we're doing here in terms of gameplay. If you guys don't have a preference, I'll decide on my own. Don't worry about it. I'd say I'm ruining this cutscene, but if you haven't seen it once, if I've seen it once, I've seen it 1,000 times, and if you guys haven't seen it recently, you can just look it up on YouTube. Alright. That will be the moment we switch over to Weiss. Alright, so that will add an extra 5 minutes if we watch that. So I guess it'll have to depend on how far ahead we are. Alright, so we're going to have to close the game here and reopen it. Right now we're going to be trying to do Weiss here. Weiss can be very easily juggled by Firaga and Blizzaga. If I'm pronouncing it wrong, you're going to have to, like, literally jam a phonetic spelling down my throat. But, so we're going to be using Tifa Aerith here. We'll Frog Barret with the Enfeeblement Ring. Cloud's not going to be in the fight at all. It's just easier to do it this way. This fight will be somewhat difficult. He can be done 1v1, but it's roughly about a 5-minute thing, and I didn't have enough time to learn that properly. And I didn't have enough time to learn 3v1, so I figured I'd just spice it up and give you guys the best of both worlds and not hold out on you. I'm going to start with God or Dummerung on Tifa here. That'll keep us from taking a lot of damage. I don't want that, yeah. We need more ATB there, so I had to be a little bit more aggressive. That's very unfortunate. Oh, this ATB is awful. There we go. Fixed. Alright, we gotta wait for an attack here. Rival strength. Alright, we're good to go. Alright, whatever, buddy. Okay, Rise and Fall, Fire. Strike, strike. Into a limit. Fire. Actually, we'll just do it this way. Ooh. This is not going to go super good here. Aerith Fire. That's very frustrating. We're going to have to charge this up 100%. Ooh. Well, that's a bad attempt. The attempt went pretty decent there, but I am not super great at capitalizing on the stagger yet. I need to probably put some more time into it, unfortunately. My ATB was a little bit fudgy, too, because I messed it up. Alright, let's try this again. We're going to tank the regular hits, and then use Focus Strike to hit him after special attacks. Oh, we're going to get the full combo off. Oh, not. Then we want to Rival Strength here. Really don't want to be back to the wall. There we go. Unbridled Strength again. Alright, we're good to go. She should be able to... Ah! I pushed my luck a little bit too far there. Excuse me? Oh, that is a very interesting mistake to make. Fire, True Strike, Fire, combo, combo, combo. Blizzara. True Strike. Into limit. Into Fire. Into Fire. We're just going to be using Focus Strikes here to chain out fires and keep myself safe the whole time. Or we'll mess up right there and I'm going to have to guard whatever the next attack is. Or we can Blizz right here, that's fine. Should be fine. Really? That wasn't enough? He's got like almost no HP. He should be dead here in a minute. Oh no! Well, it's up to you! Bubble Breath it is! Those are magic damage, so I theoretically could kill with this. Let's see if we can. Barret the hero. Yeah! Get wrecked! I guess it was 3v1 after all. That phase is only weak to magic, and I guess Bubble Breath is magic-based? Maybe I should give Barret some luck-up materia for the next time I have to use him. Alright, let's try and do that right this time. We want to start off with haste here so we actually get decent HP building. We're taking the hits as well to increase our limit gain. What? Okay, that's really annoying. Did you special attack me though? Thank you. Special attack. Rattled strength to build up a little bit more. Alright. Oh, that's unfortunate.
I'm not going out like this. You ready?
That's very unfortunate. Lyra. True Trey. Lyra. I want to use Tempest here, even though I lose out on some damage. Into a Lyra. Into a... Let's go. That should be enough. GG. Yeah, I guess the game takes a while to figure out what happened. Even though I knew what happened. Alright. So, 3 attempts, 1 scuff with Barret win, which would be super hype to finish that up. That actually makes me think I'm gonna do something really scuff here that I probably shouldn't do. Barret's. We'll cheese this out. So Barret has some extra HP and stuff. HP up. HP up. I don't think he can activate any special abilities, so it would have to be... I'll have to find out if he can use special abilities. It'd be funny if he could self-destruct here. Look up. There we go. I don't think there's anything else that I can put on him that would increase his chances of surviving in any way. I don't know if Steadfast Block would even activate in this fight, but I guess it's worth it just in case I feel froggy. Parry, Deadly Dodge. Yeah, I don't think any of that activates while you're a frog. Yep. Guess we have refocus with him multiple times for stat bonuses. Yeah. Alright, just on the off chance, we'll give Barret at least a chance to survive if we get really close. Be super hype if I actually win that fight. Whether I should or not would not be correct. This. And we are going to raid here in a second, guys. Thank you for hanging out. I hope you enjoyed the run. We double check after this. Stop recording.